Cause that.
Could it be a Zoom?
Yeah, I can't hear Steven either.
May want to try reconnecting.
What the hell?
But you can't hear me though. Hurricane nearby makes it really hot out here, but it's kind of nice. It's the only time we get above 76, is big storm rolling in. It gets really hot and humid before air will blow it out soon.
Do you do some surfing before the storm hits?
I wish I did more surfing. I like to spearfish, but usually not before the storm.
Yeah, spearfishing's pretty big down here in the Keys.
We have rock lobsters and taco and all kinds of good stuff to grab out of the water up here. It's pretty cool. So as I was saying, 2 attorneys walk into the bar. I'm sorry. That was all I got.
I like it.
A vegan, a CrossFitter, and a libertarian walk into a bar. You know because they told you.
There you go. That's pretty good. All right.
But if you run into a vegan libertarian that does CrossFit, which one do they tell you about first?
Depends on the day of the week.
You guys know what you get if you cross a 4-leaf clover with a patch of poison ivy. A rash of good luck.
Like it.
Every time 2 lawyers walk into court or argue a case in court, at least one of them is wrong.
At least.
I like that too. Yeah, at least. Very true. Very true.
Yeah, our courts are definitely leaving something to be desired these days. That's a issue I think we should put more emphasis on is like judicial misconduct. There's no real accountability for that. And so you get these racketeering enterprises that set up in the court where they can confer immunity on their guys and they can selectively apply the law against their competitors. And it's really bad. That's in California, that's a legit issue that's pervasive, especially in the family courts. And, they're tearing people apart. They're tearing families apart. And that's an area where we could get a lot of free press and a lot of really positive traction with a huge segment of the society that is not just the victims who are directly affected, but also all of their families, all of their friends. Going through, attorney misconduct and judicial misconduct is one of the worst things because the victims question themselves. Most people actually cave and will give false confessions or take plea deals for crimes they didn't commit, and mainly because they're being delivered over by a bunch of glorified con men. And,
Mr. Martin, I hate to interrupt you. This isn't commentary on what you're talking about. I just have some business that I need to attend to before the meeting starts.
Sure.
Mr. Larry Silver, since I know you from Indiana, can I make you co-host so that when we have to go to executive session, you can mind the room and let people in to the main room while we are in a breakout room? Can you do that for me, Mr. Silver?
Yes, sir.
Okay. I'm going to go ahead and make you a co-host, and if you want to help me let people into this room, that would be great. Okay, Mr. Martin. Thank you. You can go back, continue with what you were talking about.
Yeah. This problem is it depends on the local attorneys that you have. If you have really good, healthy culture of people who respect the law, you'll have a much better jurisdiction. And if one group doesn't get too much in control, that also helps to make the jurisdiction a little bit better. But on the federal level, to say politics has corrupted the court is a vast understatement. We're looking at, federal prosecutors have 97% conviction rates. It's insane. And that's not because they're right 97% of the time. The government is never right 97% of the time, right? This is because of rampant judicial misconduct. And I think it's something that we can approach from a policy perspective just by trying to target this concept of judicial immunity. There's no law that gives judges and prosecutors immunity for their crimes that they commit, fraud on the court and other things, destroying people's lives. It is a doctrine that they've constructed basically out of nothing that exempts them from the accountability for their actions and liability for their actions. So all we have to do is push for a state law, federal law, even a really favorable court decision. Although they'll try to pass statutes to get sneaky with that and overcome it, because judges have tried to overcome judicial immunity before, and it's unfortunate. It's really something that we could get a lot of really good grassroots support, I think, where there's no real organized efforts on the national level, especially to deal with that. You have organizations like Judicial Watch, they do a great job, but this particular policy item is something that so far has just not got traction.
All right, it looks like it is 7:30. So we're going to go ahead and call this meeting to order. We are recording, so it is September 7th at 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. My name is Stephen Nikala, Chairman of the Libertarian Party National Committee, and I will ask Mr. McMahon to go through roll call, please.
Mr. Bowler,
Present.
Mr. Bost,
Present.
Mr. Chatterton,
Present.
Mr. Wiley, Mr. Wiley, Vice Chair Dar,
Here.
Mr. Dassing, Mr. Dassing, Mr. Bracco, Mr. Bracco, Mr. Ford, Mr. Ford, Mr. Weir, Mr. Weir, Miss Hayes.
Here.
There's Mr. Bracco. Mr. Bracco.
Present? Sorry, I joined like 2 seconds prior.
Yep, hold on 1 second for me.
To some chat. There is a non-zero chance. I'm planning on doing
Bracco is
for like
here.
5 to hang up on people. They call me and I hang up on them. Or if they like, if they wanted to do that.
Mr. Ford,
For nominal fee, everyone.
Mr. Ford is present.
He's here.
thank you. Miss Hollisey,
Yeah, I'm here.
Mr. Neville,
I assume what just happened is someone is
Mr. Lamb. Can somebody mute whoever that is? Mr. Ford. Mr. Lamb. Mr. Lamb. Mr. Martin.
Present.
Thank you. Mr. McGee.
I will have to consult for a minute with Mr. McGee, but I do believe he is present.
Mr. Johnson.
I am here.
I am here. Mr. Nana. Mr. Nana. Mr. Hirsch.
Here.
Mr. Redpath.
Yes.
Mr. Thompson.
Here.
Miss Cowhart. Ms. Cowart. Mr. Vinson. Mr. Vinson. Mr. Watkins.
Here.
Chair Nikayla.
Present.
14, 14, 15. Count 15 present, Mr. Chair.
All right, we have quorum. We'll now move on to opportunity for public comment, 2 minutes per person, up to 10 minutes. Do we have anyone who wants to be recognized for public comment at this time? Pietro Garaci, recognized.
Thank you. It is my understanding that the LNC plans to vote tonight as to the dates of the 2028 National Convention. I apologize for this glare here. I think it's very important that the National Committee votes to move it to February, or at least some point before May, because in New York, we have to do our petitioning in April and throughout May. And if you hold the convention in May, we have to do a placeholder, who is then not allowed to run for the nomination. And it just creates a whole bunch of problems for us in New York, and just makes it that much harder for us to get ballot access. And that's why I'm really imploring this committee to vote to move the national, some noise there, to move the national convention to February, or at least some point before May. Doesn't matter if it's March, sometime before our petitioning period starts, so that we have a better shot at getting ballot access. And of course, any help you can give to us with the upcoming gubernatorial race, that would be helpful too. And I think that just about does it for me. And yeah, thank you for hearing me out.
Thank you, Mr. Pietro. Up next is Mr. Phillies.
Very briefly, having been state chair in Massachusetts for much of a decade and run meetings, state meetings, if you try to run a convention, national convention in February, there's a respectable likelihood that delegates from my part of the country will be unable to get there reliably due to snowstorms. And so I would suggest, if you're going to move the convention, you move it to the previous fall or the previous summer, better yet, the previous summer.
Thank you, Mr. Phillies. Next is Mr. Davis.
I was just going to point out that a big part of the reason the bylaws have members being removed for not being here twice is because of how important it is for members of the committee to be here. And thereby, like I know that on the agenda tonight, there's the attempt to automatically elect Andrew Watkins, and then like this is what feels like the dozenth time Aaron Lamb has missed a meeting, and I just feel that that should be held to a higher standard.
Thank you, Mr. Davis. Mr. Scott.
Yes, I just wanted to let the board know about, I'm just making sure you guys can hear me. The legal hoops we're going to have to run to here in New Mexico. I'm the chair of the Free New Mexico Party, the affiliate party of Libertarians. And also that the Libertarian Party has not handed over the name, and they're misusing it as we speak. They're still calling themselves the Libertarian Party of New Mexico, but on the website they claim that they're with the Liberal Party of the National. So there's a deep problem with that, including what the state's Secretary of State's office did to us by violating their own rules and policies and procedures. So I just want the board to be aware that we're really needing support and would appreciate if that's at all possible.
Mr. Scott, will you be joining us later in the call? If called upon.
I can if you want.
Okay, it might be fruitful for the board.
Mr. Chair,
okay.
Mr. Chair, I would ask that he be allowed in the executive session when we go into it.
Understood. All right, next is Star Chop.
Hello, it's just unmuting. Can y'all hear me?
We can hear you.
Thank you. I'm the chair of Libertarian Party here in San Francisco, former two-term member on the Libertarian National Committee. Excuse me. And I want to emphasize again the importance of transparency and enabling participation. When I was on the committee, I noticed a tendency for members of the committee, and I felt some of this pressure, whatever you want to call it, myself, to kind of regard ourselves and maybe staff, as the we, the group that was sort of the us that we're thinking about, and the larger LP membership more as something external to that. Everybody who's a member, I hope, has signed the non-aggression pledge. I think we should all be considered part of the team, part of the we. And when people show up to a meeting like this who are not required to be there because they don't have any official position or anything, extra appreciation and consideration should be granted to them. And, really, like here in San Francisco, the government board of supervisors takes public comment on every single issue. I think that is, admirable. And I'm sad that we are falling down and we don't do as good a job of transparency as a local government body in a city like SF. It's kind of crazy. I noticed recently a proposal from Andrew Watkins to actually charge people to send emails to the LNC. That, with all due respect, that has to be one of the most ass backwards proposals I've seen come out of this committee. Horrible idea. It does exactly the opposite, moving us away from transparency, away from participation. People should be able to engage, and we want a culture where leaders of the party are held accountable, because when we elect people to public office, we want voters to be able to see, yes, we can trust these people. We can trust libertarians with real power because we look at their organization. We can see that they're already doing the same thing in their own organization. They're holding their leaders accountable. They're demanding transparency for them. And they have a bottom-up, member-driven system rather than a top-down system of political control. And that is so important to hang on to. Do I have any more time?
I think you have 10 seconds.
Okay, real quick. Don't make the same mistake as COVID and not taking a strong enough stand against the current fascism of the Trump administration, which is becoming more and more blatant and scary. Please speak out strongly against that as a party, and help show we're the real opposition in this country. Thank you very much.
All right, I'm being told we're at time. Mr. Martin, you are not a member of the public, so I'm going
the same
to.
capacity as Mr. McGee. I just wanted to remark on the New Mexico thing. I just didn't want to jump in out of order, but since it's okay for him, I assume it's okay for me too. Why was that removed from the agenda? It was properly noticed.
Okay, this isn't business. This is public comment.
Okay, we just got a public comment, and I just noticed that someone unilaterally struck it from the agenda, and I wonder why. And under what authority?
I don't understand. But we're at time.
Are you
so
referencing item G?
Yeah, it's a discussion only thing now, instead of a properly noticed motion, which it was.
I'll speak to that when it comes up.
All right, we are at public comment. Public comment is now over, so we're going to move to the adoption of the agenda. So at this time, the chair will now entertain a motion to adopt the agenda. Mr. Buller.
Mr. Chair, I had announced before this meeting my intention to make motions to amend the agenda to remove 2 items, the motions to censure. Seeing how far down they are now with 10 items before them, including an executive session, I feel that it's okay to leave them on, and we can deal with them when we get to them. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there a motion to adopt the agenda?
I have an issue with it, Mr. Chair.
Okay, I can get to you for discussion, but we do have to make a motion and then a second before we can hop into it.
Just for the purpose of getting this going, I move to adopt the agenda.
Is there a second?
Second.
All right, Mr. Bost.
Yes, the noticed item from Mr. Lamb was for executive session, but it also had two additional motions to direct the chair for a cease and desist and to authorize some payment for reasonable expenses for New Mexico's legal matters. Those two did not make it onto the agenda, but they were noticed in a timely fashion. So I believe that's what Mr. Martin was trying to speak to earlier.
I see it.
Mr. Chair,
Mr. McMahon.
it is actually listed correctly in the OneNote under, hold please while I bring up OneNote.
Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, point of personal privilege.
Are you guys seeing the OneNote on your screen?
I see the
voting
motions and ballots.
motions and ballots.
Okay, hold on, sorry.
My apologies. I think my connection is unstable. Point of personal privilege. I didn't hear what Mr. Boss said.
Mr. Boss was alluding to item G not being the same motion as what was noticed. But
Okay.
on the screen, we do have the full text. So we're going to treat that as if it's all in
May I
order.
speak to it,
presented.
please? Yeah,
Who's
Mr.
Mr. McMahon? Go ahead.
This is Secretary.
I mean, yeah.
The brevity
Mr.
on the agenda is this is something to be discussed then the executive session. It is properly noticed, and then if discussed and moved out of session, it would be within order because it was noticed for within executive session.
Point of order.
So these would be taken
Point-
after. Jesus.
Point of order, Mr. Chatterton.
The motions were noticed to be included on the agenda. If they are not included on the agenda before adoption, it's going to require a 2/3 vote threshold to suspend the rules to amend the agenda at that time. It is improper to not include them. They were properly noticed. And it should be on this body that they need to be heard and considered. And obviously that will be impacted by the discussion that happens in the executive session, but is improper to exclude them from the agenda to artificially raise that vote threshold for those actions, and those need to be included. So I will, when I'm recognized to make a motion, I will be motioning to amend the agenda to include those.
The motion that was sent, the notice that was sent says executive session. This was copied exactly from the email that was noticed. Word for word, no change to it. Executive session discussion for legal matters relating to New Mexico, ballot access and trademark. Then to direct the chair. There was no request for a separate motion in a line item. It was all one item that was
I disagree
presented.
with that characterization.
Well, that was the way the
That's
email
correct.
was sent.
I read
So
the
you can
email that
disagree
was
all you
sent.
want.
I
Those
disagree
items were
too. I think it's
noticed
an
as,
unreasonable
All right,
as a
interpretation.
point of order.
hold on,
This is a
hold
point
on.
of order
What's-
that those
what's-
items were noticed as specific independent items of business to be considered on our agenda today. So I'd request a ruling of the chair.
Can I take a look at the text, Mr. Secretary? No, this was via email. Executive session discussion.
Can we please pull up the email on the notice thread that was sent?
That's the
for
original
reference?
email.
And that was sent by Mr. Lamb.
Please pull up the original email.
I am doing it. You will wait.
I will.
And I ask members please to not speak out of turn. If you have a point of order, say point of order. I will call upon you to recognize you and then hear your point of order. Please provide the following items. Executive session discussion for legal matters like New Mexico, bad accent trademark. to direct the chair to create a cease and desist letter to then be sent to parties potentially infringing on trademarks, to authorize payment of reasonable expenses incurred for counsel to provide pro bono legal.
Point of information,
the-
Chair.
Hold on one
Point of
second.
information.
Point
The
of
word
information.
item plural. The word items is plural, Mr. Chair.
Yeah, the way I read this, it does seem like all three items are being noticed. And it does read as if they are separate items. So the way that I'm reading it, I believe it should be, and we could put it under G1, 2, and 3. And I believe that would be a good way to handle it.
A
Mr.
good way in the
Secretary.
future, by the way, would be to specify, my understanding of this, from the way I received it, was that these were to be taken up during executive session, and as they were noticed, could then be moved outside of executive session immediately upon exiting, rising from executive session, that it would have been in order without any amendment, because they were noticed for action during executive session. But if you don't want it to be that way, please list items separately as noticed separate items. Just to
Like using
prevent this
items in
from
plural.
happening in the future. I
No,
believe
please
that
don't.
this would
Thank
be
you
a
for the
Hey,
down.
hey,
for
there's not gonna be
the
any
advice
crosstalk.
for
No
thank you for the
crosstalk.
advice.
Hold on. All right, we're gonna go. So I have my order, my ruling on this. We had Mr. Bost, and now next up is Mr. Dar.
Oh, Mr. Chair, if I can make a point of privilege real quick.
Quick point of privilege, Mr. Chatterton.
I had my hand up. I don't know where exactly I was in the order, but
You were
it
next.
was lowered with the point of order that I raised, and I was hoping to be recognized on the agenda consideration as well. But whatever.
Your hand is still raised for after me?
Sure.
It's Mr. Dar, then Mr. Chatterton, then Mr. Martin.
Thank you.
Mr. Dar.
I just had a very simple one. I wanted to move to have the Convention Oversight Committee report to be prior to the motion to set the date for the 2028 convention. Just a swap of item number 3B to be after item number 4A.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion on this? Is there any objection to this? Hearing no objection, amendment passes.
What was that again? Where did you move what to what?
Mr. Dar, can you repeat that one more time?
It's just putting the Convention Oversight Committee report prior to the motion to set the date for the 28 convention.
Thank
Just
you.
swapping those two items in order. Want to hear from Mr. Ford first. Thank you.
Mr. Chatterton, then Mr. Martin, and then Mr. Thompson. Mr. Chatter.
Thank you. So I would like to move to amend the agenda to bring the two censure motions to the beginning of new business with previous notice. And if I may speak to that motion.
First, we'll need a second.
I'll happily second that.
All right, Mr. Chatterton, go ahead.
I believe that as has been discussed on the email public list, that we are in some very significant circumstances right now with the business on the LNC. I believe that there have been some very major matters raised that need to be addressed, and we need to have specific board action considered on those this evening. As was previously pointed out by another member of the board, these are currently at the end of a long agenda. I think it is imperative. I think these are of public interest to all the spectators, and we should consider those motions first and foremost in respect for everyone's time to address those issues. And I think they raise some very substantive concerns that the board should be taking a stand on. And we should hear those before we're considering other, general business, because they deal directly with very important issues before the board. I'll refrain from elaborating on it this time further.
Mr. Bowler, do you have your hand raised for this amendment?
I do.
You're recognized, sir.
Yeah, as I said earlier, I was not exactly the biggest fan of those two motions, and so I didn't amend the agenda to remove them, assuming that they would stay at the bottom, but I thought that this might happen. I would just encourage everyone not to move them forward. We've got a lot of business to go through. We need to go through business. We need to actually accomplish things. And transparency is important. Accountability is important. But we need to stop churning and stop getting wrapped around the axle. Thank you.
Mr. Martin or Mr. Thompson, do either of you have your hand raised for this amendment?
I have for a while. Yeah. Thank you.
All right, Mr. Martin and then Mr. McKee.
Can you hear me okay? So we have a very serious situation before us, and I'm just going to put it out there as I see it. I think that the attempt to remove the New Mexico items is a similar vein as what we're seeing here, which is an attempt to deprioritize business that is most important and most urgent and of most public interest.
I would ask the member to not make accusations.
Excuse me, I have the floor,
I am
sir.
the chair.
Point of order. No one has removed the New Mexico items from the agenda.
If I may continue with my perspective, I would like to share it.
Please continue.
My perspective is that the intent, my perspective is it seems that there may be an intent to put this at the very end of a long, sleepy meeting with executive session so people don't get to see the juicy details. Because I think that there's serious misconduct, which this board needs to evaluate. And I think that as far as my own actions go, if you guys want to express an opinion on that, please do. These are things that if these are issues that are before us, we need to address them. They're a big deal. I think it's really wrong the way that things have been hidden behind executive session and secrecy unnecessarily.
Please
and the
keep
things
it
that
germane
should be
to
confidential,
the agenda order.
I am. This is very germane, sir. Totally germane. I think that trying to hide this behind a veil of secrecy is a problem. I think that we need to be a lot more transparent with the business that we
can't stay on forever.
and I think that this is a good amendment that will allow the people to see what's going on. They're here for that. I know there's a lot of important business and I intend to get to it. I'm not going to complain about the length of it if that's what it takes to do the business that our members count on us to do. But I'm not going to sit here and allow serious, credible allegations of misconduct to just be buried. It's ridiculous. I yield.
Mr. McKee.
So a point of information, first of all. So this amendment is to move both censure motions to the front of the agenda. Is that correct?
It would be after new business without previous notice, new business with previous notice. So I would be item A and B. Is that correct, Mr. Chatterton?
Yes, move items H and I to the front of section 5 for new business with previous notice.
Yeah, I am completely opposed to this. Quite frankly, we should be actually doing real business, which is on the agenda. I'm on the Convention Oversight Committee, and we've been fighting for months to try and fix the date and time and location of the convention for 2028. And quite frankly, quibbling over whether or not Austin Martin is an asshole or whether or not Chairman Nikela is an asshole, quite frankly, does not forward the business of this committee. Everyone can hold their opinions, and that's fine. But let's actually get business done. Quite frankly, I would prefer that both items to censure be removed from the agenda and that we actually get things done. I yield my time.
Mr. Chatterton, and then we are at time. So I'll let you speak, Mr. Chatterton, and then we would need a motion to add time to extend to continue. Mr. Chatterton.
Thank you. I just want to respond to the characterizations that are at play. These are not motions to evaluate whether members of this board are assholes, as it was just characterized. These are very important matters. Mr. Martin is accused of leaking confidential information and violating his duties as an officer. There are matters before this board as to whether or not yourself, Mr. Chair, rightly removed his access to party resources and interrupted his ability to conduct his business as an officer. There's credible allegations that are documented and presented in the censure motion with substantial evidence in support of those actions documented on our public list that basically this censure motion, in my opinion, is calling to task the actions that you have taken to suppress a whistleblower investigation that has included questions into your own potential negligence or misconduct. It is completely inappropriate to continue to bury these issues. You directed Mr. Martin and I specifically that we should address these issues in business and meetings with motions after you tried to silence our discussions and our attempts to ask questions to counsel in our private email discussions on legal matters that were ongoing in the party, and you have suppressed that access to the point that you have made accusations and removed access in retaliation for those whistleblower inquiries, in my opinion. And this motion brings those to the light of this board and brings those before our membership to hear your defense of that if you believe that those characterizations are inappropriate. I don't believe they are, and I believe there's sufficient evidence to prove that. And I believe that your actions against Mr. Martin have been retaliatory in retribution for his bringing light to these concerns. And it is completely inappropriate for these things to continue to be suppressed and tried to be hidden at the end of a long agenda. It has been common practice for this board in the past to stack agendas full of business and motion to adjourn without completing the agenda. These items are of urgent importance to the business of this party, and it is my opinion that we cannot in good faith continue to conduct other business while these measures remain unaddressed.
We are at time. Is there a motion to extend time on this matter, or are we going to move to a vote on the agenda?
Motion to extend time.
Is there a second? Going once? Going twice?
Second.
All
I
right.
object. I object.
Oh, how much time, Mr. Martin? You didn't specify.
Let's say 5 minutes.
Motion to
And if
extend
you guys
time.
have a better reason to censure me, I'm happy to provide one if that will help.
Please stay in line. Let's continue with business, huh? We have motion to extend time for 5 minutes. Is there a second?
I second.
Objection.
We have an objection. Is there
I would
any
ask members to
discussion
address
on-
why this is inappropriate.
Hold on.
Point of order.
This is we have to go by the process. Is there any is there discussion? Mr. Thompson, you have your hand raised.
My hand is for a different matter.
Mr. Martin.
Yeah. So once again, we're not arguing over business. That's not what's really taking the time. The time is, are we going to allow minority members to speak? Am I going to be allowed to have a word in my own defense as you all defame my character? I have followed the policy. I am protected
Please
under
stay
whistleblower
germane
law.
to the extension of
Since
time. We're
June 9th, I
looking
have
to
been
extend time on the
pursuing
agenda. It needs to be
this
germane
is
to the agenda.
germane.
Point of
Not-
order. It must
Not-
discussion must be germane to the motion.
It is germane.
It is
state
not
the point of order.
germane.
It's not. It
Please
is
keep it
germane.
to
You're
germane
just
to the point of
panicking
order.
because it implicates some of the things that you and your friends did. Now,
You're-
if you want to censor me for saying that,
You can't be making
do it in
accusations
front of the
during
body.
discussion, Mr. Martin.
Do it in front of
Please
the
call the
body.
member to order.
Then censure
I'm
him by holding
recognized.
this at the
Mr.
beginning of
Martin,
the agenda.
I take Mr. Dar's point of order. I do agree with Mr. Martin. Please come to order. Keep your discussion germane to the extension of time.
I think we should extend time because this is of critical importance. And it's obvious to everybody that we're arguing over whether or not we're going to be allowed to publicly discuss it so we can continue to create the appearance of guilt without having to ever check whether or not the things we're doing are true. Like federal prosecutors. This is a great trick, you guys.
Please
But it's
keep
not
it germane,
appropriate.
Mr. Martin.
It
I
is
won't
germane.
ask you again.
It is
No,
germane.
it's not. It's not
It's
germane.
just a little spicy.
Accusations are
And
not
no,
germane,
we're
sir.
libertarians. Yes, sir. Okay. So I'm understanding that it is a bigger offense to this body for people to call out misconduct than it is to commit misconduct.
Is this germane
That's
to
what I'm-
extending
Point
time,
of
sir?
order. Please call the
Please.
meeting to order.
I'm gonna. This is the last time I warn you. All right, you're done. Okay.
Hey, you,
Mr. McKee.
I had the floor, sir.
No,
Good to pick
I just I just wanted to commend that at least until it did deviate. At least at some point, Mr. Martin was actually properly addressing the issue,
Recognize who's
and then
talking
it.
right now.
Whoa,
Mr. Martin, you're not recognized.
the chair has recognized me.
Oh, I'm sorry. Forgive me then. I'm sorry. I thought you just interjected.
No, I've been formally recognized. And honestly, I'm actually trying to defend you here because at least initially you were addressing the issue and then you weren't. But if you would like to continue to address the issue germanely, I would happily yield.
I would ask all members to please keep this discussion germane to whether or not we're going to extend time for 5 minutes.
We've already spent
Yes.
5 minutes. There.
Should we just go to a
should
vote?
just-
All right.
All right,
just-
that's
It's
fine.
All in favor
non-debatable,
of
isn't it?
Sorry, I just wanted to say Jermaine.
Okay.
Jermaine.
Is there any objection to going to a vote?
To make a brief comment before.
Just go ahead, Mr. Chatterton.
I would encourage any members that intend to vote against this amendment to please give a justification as to why you believe that this is not a pressing matter before the party and why we shouldn't be considering the motions attempting to censure Mr. Martin and Mr. Nikela before other business. And please explain why that shouldn't be something that we consider in front of the audience that's here, but not bury that at the end of our agenda. So if you intend to vote against it, please state your case.
Okay, we'll go to a vote. Please put your hands down at this time. All in favor, please raise your hand.
Sorry, point of personal privilege. Are we voting on extending time or the motion
Extending
itself?
time for 5 minutes.
Okay, thank you.
All opposed? Okay, 5, 6. All right, we have 6 hands in favor of extending time. 7, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. All right, please lower your hands.
Point of order, Chair, I'm sorry. Did you get my
Yeah,
hand as a
I
positive?
did.
Thank you.
Yep. All opposed to extending time, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All right, the nays have it. All right, the nays have it, so we'll not be extending time. We were going to move forward on the Chatterton amendment and then the agenda as amended. So all in favor of adopting the Chatterton amendment, which would move the 2 censure motions to the top of new business with previous notice, please raise your hand. All right, I see 7 hands. All opposed? Or I'm sorry, lower your hands, everybody. And then all opposed.
Can I request a counted vote on this matter, or recorded vote?
A member does have a right to request a roll call vote. Mr. McMahon, at your leisure.
Mr. Bowler,
No.
Mr. Bost,
Yes.
Mr. Chatterton,
Yes.
Vice Chair Dar,
No.
Mr. Dassing,
Yes.
Mr. Ford,
Yes.
Ms. Hayes.
No, and I'm just gonna, since Mr. Chatterton requested, I have spoken with my region chair, who is not Mr. Malagon anymore. And my region chair, my people of California, would like me to vote no on this. Sorry.
Mr. Neville,
No.
Mr. Martin,
Yes to censuring me. Come on, guys, bring it on. This is your chance. Don't do it by email ballot.
Mr. McGee,
No to any censure.
I will vote yes. Mr. Hirsch,
No.
Treasurer Redpath,
No.
Mr. Thompson,
No, I would like to get to the actual items.
Mr. Watkins,
This is for new business, moving it to the top of new business.
correct.
Correct.
Abstain.
Chair Nikela,
I will abstain.
the vote is 6 yes, 8 no, 2 abstentions.
The motion fails.
Will we entertain an amendment for the New Mexico related motions to be included, or is that considered de facto? The notice?
They
Yeah,
were
they're
added
noted.
to the agenda. They're in, let me show you exactly what I have.
Thank you very much.
G, move into executive session. After executive session, and I just, for brevity, cease and desist letter to New Mexico and authorize payment of reasonable expenses for New Mexico, but the motions from what was sent would be put into the record. Does that make sense, Mr. Chattern?
Yes, thank you very much, Mr. Secretary.
I would just also like to state that my intention was not to obfuscate or to block these. I thought that they would be taken up as part of executive session or immediately after.
Thank you. I appreciate your clarifications on that.
All right, we are now voting on whether or not to adopt the agenda. So all in favor, and just so you know, Keith,
Wait
you
a
have
sec.
yeah. All in favor of adopting the agenda, please raise your hand.
May I?
We are no, because we did not extend
we're at time.
time.
I would
Of
motion to
course.
extend time for Mr. Thompson. He graciously waited through all the amendment discussion with his hand raised, I think, for another issue.
You know,
Second.
never mind. It's not worth that.
I think when time is already when it's already been closed, I think it.
No, he's correct. It's
Okay. All right, so this is all in favor of adopting the agenda as amended. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. All opposed? One, 2, 3, 4, 5 opposed. 6 opposed. All right, it's 8-6. The agenda passes.
I'm sorry,
We are
my
now-
internet cut out. I don't know what we were voting on. My hand was up.
That was the
Yeah,
adoption of the agenda.
actually, point of privilege.
Sure.
My internet cut out too. I think based on the policy manual, we should retake the vote.
Okay.
Because it's within 5 minutes.
Everybody put your hands down. All in favor of adopting the agenda, please raise your hand.
Roll call. I call for a roll call vote, please.
He's entitled to do that.
All right, Mr. Secretary, whenever you are ready for roll call vote.
I can withdraw it if it's obvious. If there's not any real question about it. If there's no objection. And try the show of hands again. I just figure with 2 people saying that they weren't sure, it's probably a good idea to get it on the record. But if there's no objection.
Well, no, it was actually 2 people that had internet issues, and that's uncanny. But
Maybe we could just try another hand raising vote, perhaps.
Do we want to try another hand raising vote?
I'm not opposed.
All right.
Is there a storm on the East Coast or something?
All right. All in favor of, well, Mr. McMahon has this nice
I'm
ballot for us.
ready with the ballot.
That was fast.
I've got like 50 of them ready to go. I learned my lesson after the last meeting. Mr. Bowler,
Yes.
Mr. Bost,
Pass.
Mr. Chatterton,
Pass.
Mr. Dar,
Yes.
Mr. Dassing,
No.
Mr. Ford,
No.
Ms. Hayes,
Yeah.
Mr. Nebel,
Yes.
Mr. Martin.
Pass.
Mr. McGee.
Aye.
I will vote yes. Mr. Hirsch,
Yes.
Mr. Redpath,
Yes.
Mr. Thompson,
No.
Mr. Watkins,
Abstain.
Chair Nikayla, do you want me to go through the not voted first or passes?
Yeah, I'm just gonna abstain.
Okay. Mr. Bost,
Abstain.
Mr. Chatterton,
Vote no.
Mr. Martin,
I'll abstain.
Mr. Chair, the vote is 8 yes, 4 no, and 4 abstentions.
All right, agenda passes. So next we're moving on to unfinished business and items postponed from previous meeting. The first item is resolution to adopt the Overwatch/operator program. Mr. Chatterton, you have 10 minutes, and Mr. Dar, if you don't mind just taking time.
I'll defer that to Mr. Martin if he wishes to speak further on it.
Happily. So this is a really important program that we're going to need. We need boots on the ground. We need people who are able to operate and effectuate outcomes in local jurisdictions and allow us to be able to do things on the ground with local races. This is really important. There's really no substitute for it. There's a lot of places it could go. We can have these guys form boards and create packs and do all kinds of fun stuff. We can create action groups and funnel people into our network this way. There are all kinds of cool possibilities, but we need to pay people to be able to do that. You're not going to get the kind of volunteer help that you need. As you guys have already found, we're using paid signature gatherers. We're throwing away money on this stuff. I know that some very experienced people may disagree with my take on this, but I am looking at actual proven historical successes, not failures. So I would really encourage us to not get pigeonholed into thinking that all the ideas have been tried. They have not in this party. There are a lot of things that we absolutely can do, and getting libertarians paid to fight the good fight is a great idea, in my opinion. I think it just irks some people that it's not them getting paid, right? Or maybe people on the ground don't like that idea. We don't want people involved because of the money incentive, right? So it's up to us to make sure that we manage our talent and manage our kind of ideological fitness of these people who will represent us. That does require oversight, and that's the function of this board, is to oversee actual political operations, which we have very few actually happening. So I want to just really quickly point out that the successful implementation of the concepts of this program resulted in incredible results in Hawaii. We're talking to the governor about passing Defend the Guard this year. We're talking to 6 different people in the legislature who want to sponsor Defend the Guard in Hawaii, right? That is something that the operator program can do. That's what we can do on the ground. We get our candidates in front of the legislature. We let them show face. We teach our guys how to deliver not only effective public testimonies and all of this to get the news cycle going, but then they're generating lists. They're going to the courthouses, the college campuses, the town square, and they're making lists, and they're getting benefits to do this. And we're paying less than what we would have to pay for a paid signature gatherer. These are gains that we should be taking for the party. Proprietary list building, guys. It's a bread and butter basic for politics, and we're completely ignoring it. So it's like it's kind of a joke. So this is a basic operational structure and workflow that will allow people on the ground to function. Now, I'll be honest, I don't think this idea is going to get voted on its merits or even debated on its merits. It's going to be debated by the nasty internal politics of people who do not care about whether or not we win elections next year. They care about who's sitting on this board. So this is what I'm bringing to the table: proven results, effectiveness, absolute wins. These guys, it's endless reports. So I hope people prove me wrong and pass this and we get this started. If not, I understand. There are some housekeeping items that really need to be attended to. And we're trying to make sure that all of those get attended to in the proper way. And I promise I'm not going to back down. I'm going to make sure this party wins in 2026. I'm going to make sure this party wins in 2028. We are going to take ground, guys. And it's going to take us taking the brakes off. I'll stop talking there. And if anybody has any questions, I'm happy to answer. Otherwise, feel free to move it along.
Mr. Secretary.
So I would just like to reiterate that ascribing motives to how people vote on things before they even vote on them or have an opportunity to speak is not great. I had legitimate questions about this. I'm a candidate guy. I've worked on tons of campaigns. When I was first elected to the LNC, it was because I was the guy who supported candidates and helped get resources for campaigns. It's a thing that I'm very, very passionate about. We run candidates here in my home state and we do our best to win, and we try to set records on getting good libertarians, quality libertarians elected to local office. I have some questions, some fundamental issues with the resolution, that it's kind of open-ended on funding. It's cost commission fundraising. I'm not sure where that money is coming from, but then it authorizes up to $5,000 per month through the executive director and the chair, subject to oversight by the FSC. I have concerns about the funding. I think I'm not against the program. I think that, especially as a pilot program, I think this is a good idea. I think training petitioners that work for us instead of us going out and finding them, independent contractors. I'm not opposed to any of this. I'm concerned about the fundraising, it's number 3, financial viability. That's my biggest concern about this, is where's the money coming from? How do we know? Like, there's no map on how it's spent, where it's coming from. Those are my concerns. With that, I'll yield to the next person in line.
Mr. Chair, if I may address the question.
Oh, sorry, I was muted. I do want to go through everybody really quick because I know there's not a lot of time, and get back to you. Hope we can answer all questions at once, if that's okay. Mr. Boulder, and then Ms. Hayes, and then Mr. Martin.
Mr. Martin's reports of Hawaii are very encouraging, and much like Mr. McMahon, I actually think that this is potentially a very good idea. Except I'm also concerned about the finances to start it. Like, how much does the party budget for it to start it off? Like, is there a seed money amount that we need to get this rolling? That's my only question. Thank you.
Ms. Hayes.
Mr. Buller and Mr. McMahon sort of took my questions, but I was going to ask Mr. Martin, sort of as a addition to those questions. Is it possible, it's just a, I'm throwing an idea out there, I don't know, would it be possible for us to maybe table this again for a month, and for you to maybe what do you call it? So test the waters and see if you can get some fundraising to kick this off, and then maybe it would give people more confidence in voting for it. I know that's not really a question, but yeah, this is sort of, I'm trying to think of a way to make this work that's not going to make people not vote for it because the seed money is not there. So that's just sort of what I'm thinking.
Mr. Thompson, Mr. Dar, Mr. Secretary, and then once we're done, we'll end it on Mr. Martin.
So I guess I hate to address Mr. Martin directly with this instead of the chair, but since it's kind of his thing, if you could add to your list of things to talk about, would you be okay to having a targeted fund where we can preemptively fund this, right? That way people can do fundraising to kind of stockpile the 5,000 or whatever is deemed necessary for it. And then we're not having to take it out of the general budget, which is already negative.
Mr. Dar, and then Mr. McMahon, and then Mr. Martin.
Yeah, so my comments were just going to be also related to financing. I've also been developing and working with commission-based fundraisers, and have been doing my own fundraising there, where I've out fundraised the rest of the committee here. Well, except Mr. McMahon beats me now, I guess. So darn it, I have a challenger now. But as far as that goes, yeah, pre-funding would help for that. I do see some of it as commission-based. Some of that is going to be passed through. So that is not less, you don't even need to cap that in the budget really, because if it's commission based, it's not really going to be part of your initial budget there. Because they're not getting paid until we're getting paid, and that's how the commission basis works. So that's one part I really like. I really like commission based fundraisers working on different stuff there, and recruiting more of them. Can already be started as you're working out details how to build out like this plan even further here. It was just that the other portions that are coming into the fund and how that is working. Normally we get 100% of everything else, so I wasn't clear on where those other portions that aren't part of the commission there. But I really do like the idea of getting more commission-based fundraisers out there doing the work, doing the things. That's all I had to say.
Mr. McMahon, and then Mr. Martin.
It's really easy, Mr. Dar, when it's being ahead in fundraising, when it's your money that you're raising. So I wanted to make sure that I get clear what my biggest issue was with it is such amounts do not exceed $5,000 per month. Not as a friendly amendment, maybe a friendly amendment. I would be more open to this and actually raise the amount a little bit and say $10,000, but remove the per month. That gives it some operating window that it can be with the Financial Services or Standards Committee, having oversight, the chair and the executive director, being able to divvy out the funds as necessary. But then it's not a per month basis. We're not committing to something, but we're saying here's $10,000 of seed money. I think with where we're at with other things, I think that could be reasonable, and it would give you a runway for a few months to be able to do that. Other people may want to keep it at 5,000. It's the per month thing that bothers me, is that we're committed to $5,000 per month. If it was without the per month, maybe even raising it a little bit, you'd have my vote today.
We are out of time. I move to extend by 5 minutes.
Second. Mr. Chair, you're muted if you're talking.
Yeah.
Wow, I had a whole spiel and I extended time and everything, and nobody knew about it. Is there any objection to extending time for 5 minutes? All right, hearing none, Mr. Martin, if you want to tackle those questions.
I'll try to be brief. Mr. McMahon, thank you. Your point is well taken about my assumptions, and I appreciate all of the very helpful and focused questions on this. They're good ones. As was kind of said during discussion, a big part of the benefit of this program is that the funding for it is largely going to be gathered by the program. And this is actually one of the more important areas for collaboration. I'm still acquiring the skill of large organizational fundraising. That is one part art, one part science. I do know where such skills can be tapped in order to help to train the people that are doing this in how to be really effective at fundraising. So a large portion of the upside of their income would come from successful fundraising. And I've set it up so that there is a personnel fund, right? Which 30% of all of the money raised from this program will go into a personnel fund that's designed for commissions. Actually, the split is a little up in the air. And I'm open to flexibility. I think the board could adjust this and fine tune this over time, or it might even be better to give it to staff. But let's just assume that we're talking about donations under $1,000 for the moment, because we may need to tier these percentages for larger amounts. With that said, giving a commissioner 25 to 30% of what they raise, and then taking another huge chunk, equal chunk, and throwing it into a personnel fund ensures that you can continue to pay for more commission activity that doesn't cover what they're not bringing in through fundraising, right? So you take a chunk of that. Everything else gets passed on to the general fund. So we're getting outcomes, we're getting positive income, and we're getting these things paid for at a much lower rate than we would otherwise get. So with seed money, and that's kind of the question now, is seed money. The main thing that this would be providing is for base pay. So in order to get these guys started, we're going to need to, in my opinion, the best way to do this is to find some really good talent. Somebody who's already trained in these areas. And I do have some sources in mind for where we can find this kind of talent. Somebody like that we can pay an actual like real wage to would be a really good idea to get things started. Somebody who has experience handling large organization regional management that can go from state to state and help to train these teams. That'll get it off the ground fast. The other approach is we have, like I say, $5,000 per month allocated as a maximum roof for base pay. I don't anticipate using that in month 1 or even month 3. It's going to take time to recruit and train people. And then when they get results in fundraising, only then are we going to be like, hey, let's put you guys on a contract with base pay, right? So proven results getters will be able to get that kind of payment. $5,000 a month would pay 10 $500 a month base pays, or 5 $1,000 a month base pays, which is a good starting rate. The fundraising, member conversion, and signature gathering then covers more. So there's a little flexibility as we get started. The key here in the fail-safe, if this program doesn't work, right, that operating expense would go over the amount that we've allocated per month, and the program would basically fail without costing us any further money, right? Wouldn't get allocated, wouldn't happen. So that's the failure condition of this hasn't worked. But until we reach that point, we're training and teaching these people how to fundraise and bring in money effectively so that it is a net positive. So that $5,000 a month is meant to cap program expenses until we reach a conclusion of whether or not this has actually worked. I believe it will, very confident in it. But so the finances on this, to start this, technically, we don't have to allocate any of that. We could literally just say, yeah, we're willing to pay these kinds of commission rates and adopt this kind of structure. And then all the money that they get paid would be based mainly on their fundraising, right? The base pay makes it possible to pay them for things like signature gathering and legislative activism and stuff like that. So I want to make sure that I actually answered all the questions there, because I know that was kind of a long spiel. So, Mr. Chair, if it's okay, I'd love to let Mr. McMahon have a redirect.
Mr. McMahon?
Would you be, would, if there was a motion to amend?
Thank
to
you.
move it to $10,000 and remove the per month, would that kill your program?
I don't think so. I think it would be a good way to start. It's a little inflexible because of the way that it's a resolution. But I think it would be workable. I think really my main thing that I want is authorization to work with staff to do this.
If you're okay with it, I would move to amend the resolution to bring that line item up to $10,000 and to remove per month. That would make it a $10,000 cap total. So that would be, I'd move to increase the amount from 5,000 to 10,000 and to remove the per month.
And we, is there a second to Mr. McMahon's motion?
I'll second.
Okay, there's a motion and a second. We are at time. So if we need to, the next order of business would be to vote on the McMahon motion and then to vote on the resolution by Mr. Chatterton.
Can I ask a clarification with Mr. McMahon's amendment?
Go ahead.
So if I'm understanding, Mr. McMahon, your proposal is that it would give a $10,000 runway to see what can be done with this, and then that would be managed through the structures that you described, the chair, the executive director, FSC, to determine that with Mr. Martin on allocating those funds and basically allow that to try this out, start working, start organizing, and have those funds available to be allocated under those oversights and carry these things out. Is that correct?
my understanding is that this money right here in the be it finally resolved, the 5,000 per month, that if the program is successful, no additional funds need to be spent through this area because it's raising its own money at that point.
Okay.
So this
So-
would raise the cap to 10,000, but would remove the per month guarantee. It would be 10,000 over whatever period.
So one-time allocation of 10,000 to give a runway for the program to be self-sufficient and fund itself going forward from that. And if it can't achieve that,
I wouldn't say one-time allocation. Like that would mean like
Or a-
one payment going out for 10,000. This is that the chair and the executive director can spend up to $10,000, next
Yes,
month,
okay.
over the next 6 months, however it
Yes,
is.
I understand that. That was what I was intending to ask. I didn't. Yeah.
If I may make a
Thank you for the
suggestion,
clarification.
and if you agree, I mean, it may be too late, but if we put that at 15, I think that would give us a runway that is just a little longer, but it's not necessary. I think I can do it on 10, but it would
10, you got my vote. 15, you wouldn't. I'm just saying.
Understood. Well, that makes it easy. No worries.
All right. Well, we will proceed with a vote first on the McMahon amendment.
Do you want
So
to call or how do you want to do it, Mr. Chair?
I would say let's try roll call on this one. If it's close, we'll do it differently. And on the main motion, we'll do a roll call vote.
Mr. Chair, I just want to make sure what we're voting on here, and that
So
is we're
it is
setting
an-
a maximum the amendment is setting at a maximum expenditure of $10,000. Is that correct?
More or less. Yes, it would change it from $5,000 per month to through the chair and the executive director, we can expend up to $10,000 for the project.
Thank you.
All right, all in favor of the amendment, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11,
My hand is raised, sorry.
12, 13, 14, 15. All right, please lower your hands. All opposed, please raise your hand. All right, I don't see any opposed, so it's in the amendment passes unanimously. And now we'll move on to the main motion, the Chatterton resolution, and we will do a roll call.
You're on mute, Mr. McMahon, but I'm assuming you're asking for my vote, and it's a yes.
I was not. Not yet. I was stating for clarification, the resolution is incredibly long and it was in a PDF form, so I couldn't add it in here, but it's the Overwatch operator program is listed in the OneNote, amended to 10,000 and removed the per month, just so the record's clear. Mr. Bowler,
Yes.
Mr. Bost,
Yes.
Mr. Chatterton,
Yes.
Mr. Darb,
Yes.
Mr. Dassing,
Yes.
Mr. Ford,
Yes.
Ms. Hayes. Ms. Hayes.
It's
Ms. Hall.
muted. Sorry. Yes.
Mr. Devil,
Yes.
Mr. Martin,
Yes, and mahalo, you guys. Appreciate it.
Mr. McGee,
Aye, emphatically.
and I vote yes. Mr. Hirsch,
Yes.
Mr. Redpath,
I'll vote yes.
Mr. Thompson,
Yes.
Mr. Watkins,
Yes.
Mr. Chairman.
We'll make it unanimous. I'll vote yes.
Vote is 16 yes, 0 no's, 0 abstentions.
Motion passes. All right, next up is Convention Oversight Committee Report Update. 15 minutes. Mr. Ford, you have the floor, sir.
Mr. Nikhil, if it pleases the chair and the board, I'll go directly from a convention oversight because it should be less time and go directly into what's probably a little bit more of elaborate discussion, of course, which is the 2028 date. So, first of all, as always, and when folks start to see how hard these efforts are, how hard folks are working right now, it's important to note that some folks have attended conventions, they've never attempted to manage them or been on the board before. So at this moment, I do want to recognize the efforts of the Convention Oversight Committee and a vast range of associated libertarians who continue to invest significant time and monies in working to a successful 26-28 convention. I'd also, particularly now at this moment in time, I'd like to recognize past COCs and their incredible efforts. Over the last few months, the magnitude of the efforts expended those before us become more obvious every day. Let me tell you, the level of detail it's astonishing. Some parameters. Well, first of all, this portion of the meeting will be held in public. It's critically important to respect the privacy of individual state election bylaw, ballot, and access issues. If board members feel that those conversations are germane to all of these subjects, I welcome a limited executive session. Also, discussion surrounding contractual arrangements needs to be held in executive session as well. So just a snapshot. And by the way, the convention revenue is now part of the cash flow report that's submitted to the chair, the vice chair, and I believe the treasurer on a weekly basis. So we continue to exercise accountability in terms of money. First of all, room sales continue to pick up. We're now approaching 13% of the total room block being sold. As always, I encourage folks to make their plans early. Comparable room rates outside of our block already exceed, for next May, $200 per night for Grand Rapids. The committee is working diligently to provide affordable experience for all those. Please, please book those rooms. You should understand, folks, that it's not possible and it's not optimal to book as many rooms as you have delegates. So at some point, like they did in DC, they will run out. And we would hate to see anyone not be able to make the arrangements or give us a little bit of rope to see what we can do for them beforehand. The Convention Oversight Committee is looking to conduct daily keynote speeches throughout the convention. In addition to breakout sessions and seminars, the first keynote schedule will be on Sunday, time to be determined. The speaker, I hope everyone is familiar with, Joel Salatin. He's the CEO of Polyface Farms. He's a national expert on food sovereignty. He was considered an official, if you will, associate to the FDA with the election of the current administration. Mr. Salatin will also be part of a breakout session on Sunday as well. I spent this weekend in New Hampshire at the Homesteaders of New England annual event in order to do party outreach and meet potential vendors who would share synergies with Mr. Salatin. Mr. Salatin has also very close ties with Congressman Massey. There will be additional announcements later this week. We've got about a half a dozen breakout sessions and speakers to add as we finalize paperwork. A process has been being instituted that will document all speaking arrangements with full board transparency. By the way, for the record, everything we're doing is, in terms of transparency, is copied to the executive director. And so there is a repository of data that's available literally to any board member. Again, understanding the confidentiality underneath this. This Friday, our first convention will take place on social media. The initial host for the first few weeks, as we do sort of a soft opening, will be myself and Brian McWilliams, who's providing a lot of the technical expertise. So anyone have any questions on the convention that we can sort of discuss publicly? Okay. So I'd like to take that time and add that, if it's possible, to, I should say, Mr. Dar, how much time do we have left?
We can always move to extend if we need to later. That's probably
okay.
the easier way to go at that point.
Okay. All right, let's move on, if I can, then to the conversation surrounding the 2028 convention date. Now, a couple of folks weighed in on public comment, and we appreciate that because we made extensive efforts to reach out to people. A gentleman from New York State reached out, and the New York chair has embraced these changes, a change to a February convention date wholeheartedly. And I would have to say that New York is sort of the poster child for affiliates who face incomprehensible ballot access challenges while seemingly happening simultaneously every election cycle right at our convention. So I urge folks, and I'll always defer to Mr. Redpath, the in-house expert on this, but it appears to me that two of the biggest challenges in ballot access are New York and Illinois right now. And of course, forever and ever, DC. At least, well, let's just be blunt. This will not be the cure to all the challenges New York face, but at least this gives them some breathing room. With regard to a gentleman from Massachusetts weighed in on this, and I will tell you, I'll get more into this in a little bit, but the weather concerns are something that we've discussed extensively and will be presenting to the board. I had 3 goals in running convention oversight. In addition to maximizing the profitability of the event, another goal was to take this moment in time, and provide an analysis of the underlying facts surrounding the timing of our presidential year convention. I want to stress there is no predetermined outcome. The goal here was simply once and for all to understand the challenges involved, whether they be bylaw appropriate, whether they be state level, or whether they just be weather or logistical. In past years, convention dates and cities were often chosen in tandem with off-year dates and sites. The 2028 convention presented a unique opportunity to study the LNC's ability to schedule an early convention. After trying to guess what our POTUS and chair choice are going to be, one of the most frequent subjects of social media chat rooms in the Libertarian universe is, why don't we move up our convention date to give our POTUS ticket more time? Great question. We're tackling it. Some methodology behind our information gathering. Working closely with Mr. Dar, and I have to again thank Mr. Dar for his engagement at a very organic level in our committee works. We held 2 town halls. We sent out 2 national blasts to state chairs, countless calls by myself to affiliate, and again, Mr. Dar, yeoman's work in reaching out to affiliates and having conversations. And this is, by the way, in the midst of some of the convention seasons that are going on. So in some cases, we got to have conversations with 2 state chairs. Let's elaborate, if you will, on the primary concerns. Weather. Yep, we get that. Weather. Now, in a handful of states, legal issues. In a handful of states, New York, again, being first and foremost, Alabama and other states benefiting as well, who would benefit. Did I mention weather? Yes, weather. Philosophical objectives? Yeah, there are a few folks who did. Folks who objected, if you will, and would prefer to be more in line with the duopoly and how this time of year that they do it. These were a couple of well-written emails that had principled remarks. And so we take that seriously as well. The primary benefits: additional time to petition, additional time to campaign, additional time to fundraise. I've been involved in presidential election cycles with the Libertarian Party since 2012. And, we have long-running contentious run-ups, all in good cheer, but to the POTUS nomination. It can be held that across the board, and this is not an indictment of any one campaign or anything, by the time folks recover from fill in the blanks over Memorial Day weekend is very often late into June, sometimes early July, before those campaigns can really begin to roll. At which point we have 3.5 months to campaign. It has to be noted that there are states, and by the way, Rhode Island is one of them. We see the challenges with New Mexico being another, that the performance of the state in the presidential election has direct impact on their ballot access status. Undeniable. So by giving them an additional 3 months or so, do we facilitate that, as well as give our presidential campaign a little bit more of a chance to drive votes at the head of the ticket? That, of course, is the intangible, because the other issue is weather and considerations like how do we react to a bad weather event preventing one or more delegations from attending. That's got to be discussed right now. Some suggested having it later in the spring, but earlier than Memorial Day. We considered this, but the absence of a 3-day holiday, major religious observances, college graduations, and the little gain against the idea by having just a few weeks. April is a particularly difficult month. You get into early May, again, college graduations, not just for the people attending, but actually in a number of cities, you will see, like Providence and Boston and other major college towns, you'll see a significant glut in reservations at major hotels, all of which make it less affordable and less accommodating. So on a vote this afternoon, amidst significant debate, and again, to Mr. McGee's comments, we've been going back and forth on this for months. We voted 5-0 in favor of adopting a February date. And the February date that we're talking about, let me scroll up back again. Let me find is February 18th to the 21st of 2028. That's President's Day weekend, as opposed to May 26th to May 29th, 2028, which is Memorial Day weekend. So I present this to you. I know I'd like to introduce Mr. Dar into the equation because he's had significant conversations. And again, I ask folks to respect conversations surrounding individual states because that does represent some fairly intimate political strategy. So, Mr. Dar, I know you've had extensive conversations. Again, I thank you for all of your efforts on behalf of our committee.
Thank you. I really did reach out to as many state chairs as I could to kind of push this matter since it wasn't getting out to all of them for you there. Trying to get everyone on every type of medium out there since email seems to not always be best. Reached out on many different ways. And really got that input like you were talking about there from all the different chairs, with the weather concerns being the largest one that needed to be mitigated there and to looked at and concerned. As far as those we received, we also had some of those with concerning political strategy within states. That's more specific to that state and should be discussed more internally there. And then there was those that just needed to know sooner than later, because then there was going to be bylaws adjustments that needed to be made if the date was pushed forward. And that consideration is also important to know and to be communicated so individuals can make that change. I understand the Convention Oversight Committee had moved earlier today to vote in support of moving forward the February 18th through 21st date. Is that correct, Mr. Ford? You're muted right now, Mr. Ford.
That is correct. With the codicil that we can have a conversation about the weather and particularly what impact the weather could be on it, because that's a concern for all of us. And if I could just stress one more time, you know, the reason why we spend so much time reaching out to people is that we want this to be as collaborative as possible. We understand the work involved in changing bylaws. We understand the disruption. A number of states which have complex situations, what is it, TOTT, taking one for the team, are willing to do so. So the reaction is guarded for weather, but very optimistic about the positive impact on our campaign. Thank you.
Okay. And so the actual motion that I had noticed to everyone, I try to make things open for the LNC to take action. Sometimes you might notice with some of the motions that I make there, where I said the motion to select the date for the 2028 National LNC Convention with the different dates under selection that we had specifically talked about, and then also mentioning March and April. So I left a range of things that would be in order to amend to if during this discussion we come to that. Just so that we actually have a motion that we're working with, I would like to move that we select the date for the 2028 LNC National Convention to be February 18th through 21st of 2028. And I would like if the rest of the LNC allows, if there's any state chairs that have not given some input, if we have some forbearance, I'd like to be able to, if they wanted to be recognized, to raise their hand. If any of them want to get into the queue too, I'd be interested in hearing that too, if there's anything we haven't touched on that's important that in regards to your state, for those that are attending here.
All right. Did I hear a motion? That was a motion?
That was a motion. Did somebody second me?
Second.
From that.
All right, there was a motion and a second. I know there was some hands raised. I'll leave that queue for later if it's still relevant. But I'd ask everybody who would yes, who I believe Mr. McMahon would like to speak next.
In both my capacity as secretary and chair of the Libertarian Party of Indiana, aside from potential SOS, if we get 10%, that raises a whole nother bag of problems for having a very early convention. But one of the things that I did want to stress was that having a February convention pushes our state convention to January, beginning of January into December, which then pushes our counting parties into November, a week or two after the election. With that, that's when we nominate candidates on the local level. And it's kind of rough doing it immediately after an election. But also, another side to that is the candidate nomination forms that we are required to use that have to be notarized and then submitted to the election division 10 days after nomination are not available until the first Monday of January, after the 1st. So if a candidate gets nominated at the county level in November, they can't file their paperwork until January. There's a lot of there's some issues with that. There's some things, and it sucks. As secretary, as a member of this board, I want to say yes because I know the benefit of having an early convention on our presidential candidate. I know that it would benefit states like New York with petitioning. There's a lot of great things, but as a state chair, my members, my county chairs would be livid if I co-signed on something that would make it very difficult for them to nominate candidates at the local level, as well as on the state level. If we don't have the forms yet, when we have to hold our state convention, we have to postpone nominations and do it by the board as opposed to our members deciding who our candidates on the statewide ticket's going to be. So those are my concerns. I just wanted to make sure I got them on the record so people in Indiana don't kill me later. That's all.
I know there's some hands that have been raised that are still raised. So I'm going to go Hayes, Mr. Bost, Mr. Chatterton, and then Mr. Scott from the gallery. Miss Hayes.
My question was related to a specific state. So I'm hearing you guys say that that should be an executive session, but I guess piggybacking off of Mr. McMahon, I was just going to say if there's any, it sounds like a lot of the states that we were concerned about have spoken with Mr. Dar, and we have plans there. But other than what Mr. McMahon just told us about Indiana, I'm particularly interested in hearing the states that are going to have problems with this, because I think we should be able to. I mean, I don't need to hear all from the states who are saying yay, 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 because I'm yay, yay, yay on this. So I want to hear what the number is for no, 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 so we can kind of assess percentages here.
Mr. Chair, would you like me to address question by question or after they're all done?
Yeah,
It might be helpful question by question.
it may be better specifics because I know there's going to be some different questions here that.
Sure. Ms. Hayes, by my count, and this is a rough one, there's a couple of dozen states that are going to have to engage in bylaw changes. It is absolutely clear that a variety of states, and each one is its own unique situation, are going to engage in this. The states that I've talked to, and I've talked to several, are willing to endure that. And by the way, this is from our vision in every other circumstance. We would still retain the option after 2028, if it just turns out to be difficult, to return back to the old format. I mean, effectively, the state, the COC, for every convention every 2 years sets a date and it's voted on. But to your point, and it's a valid one, a significant number of states will have to engage in bylaw revisions. Just no
So I'm
doubt.
less, yeah, I'm less, I understand that, and because we've talked about that before, but I'm more interested in like, is there, so maybe I'm sorry, this could be a Mr. McMahon thing. It sounds like what Mr. McMahon is saying is that there's no good outcome for Indiana. So I'm wondering if there are states where even bylaws changes wouldn't help them. Have you guys heard anything like that?
The only state that I'm familiar with, and I'll let the gentleman from Indiana speak to that. The only state that I'm aware of that is just got a brick wall potentially surrounding it is Indiana.
Okay.
Other states, like I said, I don't want to speak to each state individually, but other states are willing to literally go through hoops for this. And by the way, Evan has been quite the gentleman about his willingness to work on this diligently, and it is a real issue. But but so far, other states, except for the handful that have philosophical objections, appear willing to do what it takes to make this happen.
Okay,
I
great.
move to extend by
Or-
15 minutes.
Okay, we have motion to extend by 15 minutes. Is there a second?
I'll
Second.
that.
Second.
Is there any objection to extending time for 15 minutes? All right, hearing none, we are extended for 15. Go ahead, Pat.
No, so I'll leave it. Maybe if
Oh.
Ms. Hayes is satisfied by that, or she has additional questions.
Oh, no,
I'm
that
happy
was
to.
it. Thank you. I think the other one would have to get saved for executive session, I guess.
Okay.
Mr. Bost.
Hi, Pat. This is a quick question. I really would like a quick answer, if you can. Were any specific dates considered in either March or April before they were dismissed?
You mean, no, as a board, we looked at March and April and didn't see, particularly throughout to April, any significant advantages to moving it up by a month. All the trouble it would entail just didn't, what's the old saying? The juice ain't worth the squeeze. So, and again, you've got, just on the religious observances, you've got almost every major faith organization has something going on during that period of time, which would render it chaos. So no, actually at the board
Thank you.
level, none were.
Mr. Chatterton?
So I had a couple of just summary points that were raised by chairs within Region 1. And I also see Mr. Scott has his hand raised as one of those chairs, so I'll let him address his thoughts on it as one of the chairs if there's time. And yeah, so I had generally a mix between different states with feedbacks for and against. I think several of the points that were raised already in discussion are among those concerns of the weather and concerns of bylaws. One question that was raised that I didn't hear any discussion yet about was considerations in the prior year, perhaps Labor Day weekend in 2027 for consideration. And then just a couple of additional points that some of the specific states had raised some concerns. I had a couple of states that were kind of hard no's across their board for different reasons that I think have been communicated to you guys already. So I won't go into more details on those ones, but let me double check to also one state that was very strongly in favor based on some current roadblocks that they're encountering with the May date, that this would clear from that. So I guess the biggest question to the committee would be, were there considerations for 2027 dates for the nominations, and particularly Labor Day, was that one looked at?
Yeah, actually, in addition to the standing committee, we've got a number of folks who we recruited. It's kind of like a convention hall of fame. And there's 4 or 5 people on this committee who have served for years on a convention. And they went back to they discussed a time and when it happened before the new year. And they cited a couple of things. First of all, real challenges with having conventions at the state level. More importantly, they found that the campaigns kind of ran out of gas. Remember when I say that, that's again, that's not a shot at those campaigns, but realistically, we're talking about a largely volunteer staff working from Labor Day until the following November. Some paid staff. It was actually too long. This period of time coincides relatively nicely with the national election cycle. And, so in the sense of the amount of time for Libertarian candidates, those veterans and, Steve Dosbach, Jim Turney, Betty Rose Ryan, all of those folks, I don't want to speak for them, but, these are all the type of folks who weighed in, said, 6 months, just right. And that was, and we based it on their experience, quite frankly. Thank you.
Mr. Derek Scott from the gallery. You're muted, sir.
Your microphone's turned off.
Can you hear me now? I am so sorry.
We hear you now.
Mr. Chair, thank you for recognizing me. I really appreciate that. For us, the bylaws are just locked in as March always, 1st of March. So we're always at the 1st of March. So that being February actually for us wouldn't be a problem. I recognize the fact that, yeah, some other people in Region 1 will have some issues, but for us, our is after. So if something's elected, then we would, I guess, decide it afterwards. But we're locked in on the bylaws. We can't change that for us is March, period. I would say though, a lot of us are like February's better because the last time was a terrible timing for us from the last one, and we had to get other states to come in and help us represent for our delegates. I don't know if anybody remembers that. So we had to amend our bylaws to figure that out for that date and time because nobody could make it. So I will say that for us, February would be better.
And if I could just respond to Mr. Scott, and first of all, thank you for stepping up to be a state chair in a state which there's been turmoil. So we're grateful for that as a national party. I'm hoping this time, I know that there were certain objectives that were barely missed. And what I'm hoping is specifically in states like New Mexico, the additional campaign time gives them more time to get behind a presidential ticket, because my understanding, and please correct me if I'm wrong, is that New Mexico is one of the states upon which presidential elections have a significant impact on your ballot status.
Yes,
And-
that's correct. Yeah, and
just a little bit more time could have saved a lot of pain.
I hate to say this, I know there's issues with other people, but for us, exactly. Yeah.
Thank you, Mr. Scott.
A quick point of privilege, Mr. Chair.
Point of personal privilege.
I wanted to ask if Mr. Bradley could be recognized in the queue in light of his request prior to the meeting to comment on this topic. I know he's not a state chair, but as a chair of the affiliate support committee.
Absolutely. I'll put Mr. Bradley in the queue. Next up is Mr. Martin, and then Mr. McMahon, Mr. Dar, Mr. Bost. I'm not sure if you still seek to recognize the Mr. Bradley. Mr. Martin.
Thank you so much for recognizing me, Chair, and thank you everyone for the input on this topic. This is a hard one because there is really powerfully strong arguments on both sides from different states that have different legal requirements. And so first of all, whatever ends up happening, I want all the state chairs and state committees to know that we're trying to put your needs and balance your needs as best we can. And the problem is not what we decide today, but the fact that the government overregulates us and your states, and we got to push back against this. But regardless of that, I just want to say there's powerful arguments to not change it, and there's powerful arguments to change it. We've got very sensitive petitioning windows in parts of the country, more than one state, that if we hold the petition or the convention during that time, we're pulling away some of their best activists and their best signature gatherers and their most important shot callers to go to convention, or their activists in general. And then there's a lot of coordination that goes with that adds to the complications of that really sensitive time. On the other hand, there's other states that trying to move it back is just a no-go. It totally throws everything off. And so I just want to say that I respect everyone regardless of how they vote on this, and that it is not an easy call. And I respect everyone with a yay or an nay, or if they abstain. I just want to just say that in advance. And I hope we can all kind of be patient with each other on this issue, because there's really good arguments on both sides.
Yeah, I think it speaks for itself. I think it's a great point. As I'm going to put on my Region Hit 6 hat for just a second, and I'm going to say one of our biggest challenges in this country. And by the way, understand, for those who don't know, and we have new members who come through, new leaders who come through. In 2018, New York State, by sheer force of will, with a gubernatorial candidate, boots on the ground, Larry Sharp, obtained ballot access. The organic way, by getting enough votes as governor. The state, and to your point, the states quickly realized the problem between us and I think it was the Working Families Party and said, no, we'll have none of that at all, and then moved the bogey, moved the goalpost. Then when that was thrown out of the court, moved the goalpost again. And so New York, ironically, is one of those states, as a New York State member alluded to strongly in the run up to tonight's meeting, that they need that time. Right now, here's their tough part. Just I want to make a case for them. Their people are actually going through a state mandated signature verification process literally the week of the convention. And yet this is a state where we need every one of them boots on the ground. And they're one of the states that did everything they can, has done everything they can to get ballot access. So you're right. It's as they say on Facebook, it's complicated. Thank you, Chair.
Mr. McMahon.
I just wanted to take a second. Mr. Ford had alluded that I was willing to work on something, and I wanted to mention what it was. And I don't mind being public about it. If our SOS candidate gets 10% this year, we're a minor party now, ballot qualified. We then become a major minor party, which then requires us to participate in the primary. As such, state law requires that delegates to the state and national convention are selected in the primary, which is the first week of May. What I had said was, we've already worked on adapting our bylaws to comply with state law should that happen, but it's also a legal fight that I'm willing to go and fundraise for and take on to challenge the state mandating how we pick our delegates. So that's something like, I don't consider that to be a barrier for this date change for the state of Indiana. The thing I consider to be the obstacle is how it would move our state and county convention, and the selection of our local and state candidates would no longer be selected by the membership, but would have to be selected by the board at a later date, not at their county or state convention. And that, I feel like I would be strung up if I agreed to that. So with that, I yield.
Thank you, Mr. McMahon. Mr. Dar.
All right, I just wanted to put on my Texan hat for a moment here and say that this would be a sacrifice for our state, in that much like other states, our government sucks, and requiring us and getting into the specifics of when the convention is for our state level. So we'll still be required to have one in April, which would conflict with some of those April dates. So that's why I was pushing against some of those at a certain time, because it was adding some complexity there. But we were willing, when talking with the state chair, other members of the executive committee there, they're willing to make that sacrifice on the part of others of us doing that if that was needed. And we thank everybody if they do go that way to make sure to make it worthwhile for those that are making the sacrifice to make all the changes that are necessary there. And I was going to recognize Mr. Bradley, but he already got that opportunity, so I'll stop.
Mr. Bradley from the gallery, you're recognized, sir.
In talking to the chairs about this, been making different calls to different people. I got 4 responses. It was a mixed bag of whether or not they felt it was a good thing, a bad thing. I know Texas is going to have to make some changes with our stuff, but our chair here actually said that he thought it was a good thing and we should. The 4 biggest things that I ran across was, one, with it being winter, the travel aspect. Not only the travel aspect for those in the north, but also the ability to pick one of those locations for a convention during that time in the north. Are they going to be settled to the south now to make sure that the most amount of people will be able to get there? I did look up, we are in Grand Rapids this year. During the time period that we're looking at, the average temperature in Grand Rapids is 26. In February around President's Day. So could be snow, could be just very cold, but something to look at. The second one that I had, or that I ran across, was that yes, there will be bylaw changes that have to be made, or if possible, depending on, I didn't run across a state that's mandated yet how to pick delegates, so that wasn't going to be a problem. Some of the bylaws did say that they had to be picked at the convention. which some of the smaller states were worried about having to set up and fund a second convention in an off-year cycle that falls, so they have to do it prior to where they would normally do their convention picking. Say that their conventions are in March or April. Texas, I know Nebraska's the same way. Are they going to have to now set up a second convention prior that is going to come out of expenses to that state party? The third thing that I ran across was delegates and children. A lot of they were worried a lot of the delegates have kids. Where we have it currently at now is at the end of the school year. School is usually out by the time for a lot of states or a lot of cities. When we have our current convention, so they're not having to worry about their kids. They can leave them with grandma in another town, or they can bring them with them. Where if we move it to February, you're not going to have that ability to move them out of town to a grandparent or an uncle or aunt when they have school. So they're having to miss school for some of the delegates to come. And the last one, which wasn't a big pushback from a lot of them, it was mentioned maybe 2 or 3 times, was some people, they accumulate their leave over the year. They get per paycheck X amount of leave that adds up over the year. And when you get to, if you're getting a day a month, when you get to May, like we currently have it, you've accumulated 5 days. That's enough to go to the convention. Whereas if you're having it in February, you've maybe accumulated a day and a half, 2 days, maybe 3, depending on how you accumulate that. And they're worried about delegates being able to show up because then they just don't have that time accumulated for the year. So those were the biggest ones that I ran across. I mean, weigh them out however you want. I think the first one is the biggest one. It was the one that was pushed back on the most. The second one was the financial burden on some of the smaller states that don't have the large bank accounts to fund a convention, but for every other year. So I just wanted to weigh in, let y'all know, what some of the feedback was from the chairs, so y'all can kind of look into this when y'all vote. That was all I had.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bradley.
If I just respond a couple of things. One of the reasons why we're having it that weekend.
We are at time. I'm sorry to interrupt you, Mr. Ford.
Sure.
We need to extend time again. Would another 15 minutes be okay for moving? I'm not seeing anyone yelling at me, so I move for another 15 minutes.
Objection.
There's a motion. Is there a second?
Okay, second and amend to 5 minutes.
Okay. Second and amend to 5. Is there a second for the amendment, the boss amendment to 5 minutes?
Yes, I'll second that.
All right. Is there any objection to the boss amendment for 5 minutes? Going once, going twice. All right.
I just feel like we're going to be back here in 5 minutes.
that becomes the
How
main
about
motion.
a compromise at 10?
Objection.
Wait, so did you object to the 5 minutes, Mr. Ford?
Yeah, I think we're just going to be back here in 5 minutes. The ultimate, and I again, Mr. Best is very sincere, and I appreciate his input. But I just think we'll be back here in 5 minutes, doing the libertarian thing.
All right. So if there's objection to 5 minutes, that means we're in debate. So is there any debate on whether or not to amend to 5 minutes?
I would compromise to 10, and I would encourage us to do a hand-raising vote and not a counting vote.
There's no objection to 5 minutes.
No, I registered an objection to 5 minutes, Mr. Treasurer.
Okay. All right.
Or how about this? Let's vote up and down on 5, and if we don't like the result, then someone can move to amend to 10. All in favor of amending to 5 minutes, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10.
Make sure you're not counting Pietro Garcia.
Correct.
Or whatever.
11 with Mr.
Garachi. Not
one. Let me count again. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 10, 11. All right. Please lower your hands. Mr. McGee, your hand is still up.
My apologies.
That's all right. And you're next in when we get to the main motion. All opposed to 5 minutes, please raise your hand. 1, 2. All right. We are the amendment passes, so that becomes the main motion. All in favor of extending, or let me ask, I'm sorry, is there discussion on the 5 minutes?
Make the motion to amend to 10 on behalf of Mr. Ford.
All right, there's a motion. Is there a second?
Second.
We have a second. Is there any objection to amending to 10 minutes?
Yes.
All right. Does anybody like to be recognized to debate? Hearing no debate, we'll move to a vote. All in favor of amending to 10 minutes, please raise your hand. 5. I'm counting 5. All right, please lower your hands. All opposed to amending to 10 minutes, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. All right, it's 5-5, so motion fails. All right, we're now back on to the main motion to extend for 5 minutes. Is there any discussion on this?
No.
Okay. All in favor of extending for 5 minutes, please raise your hand. 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. Please lower your hands. All opposed to extending for 5 minutes, please raise your hand. All right, I don't see any objections, so we are extended for 5 minutes.
Okay, so I was just briefly, I'll make it quick. We're answering the questions from our affiliate support committee chair. Number one of the reasons why we're having it that weekend in February, because that is, depending where you live, a 3 and 4 day weekend. And in fact, many schools will be closed the week following. There's a weird prep school, whatever mix. So that's the issue there in terms of timing. I don't even remember what the other questions, obviously weather related. We have provisions to handle if we've got 1 or 2 people, 1 or 2 delegate groups that are missing. We've got just and organically, I support this, although I recognize the concerns. We simply need something to goose our campaigns. And to the degree that there will be sacrifice amongst a number of affiliates, and by the way, the generosity of spirit in doing the research on this was phenomenal. Everyone was willing to have great conversations about this and or take the time to write extensive letters, and I appreciate that. So I guess I'll just defer to the LNC. I'd love to understand, and I don't know if there's a mechanism to do this, to understand people's reasoning in this, because remember, this is an academic exercise as well as a very important exercise on behalf of our convention process. Part of the reason we were doing this was to find out what would make it work and what would hold it back. I think very few people are opposed to the spirit of this, which is to give our campaign more time. So
Sorry,
so
Pat.
I'll turn it over to Mr. Chair.
Okay, I just want to give it to Mr. McKee, because no, we don't have much time. Mr. McKee.
What I will say is that I have worked diligently with Mr. Ford on the Convention Oversight Committee to try and make all of this a reality. But at the end of the day, we can argue this back and forth ad nauseum. I think it's time to vote. I call the question.
Well, I don't see any more hands raised.
I don't think you need to call the question. I think it's just going to go to the vote. Please don't call the question.
I think we're pretty close to being at time, and there's no more discussion. So let's go ahead and take it to a vote whenever you are ready, Mr. Secretary.
I want to confirm, Mr. Dar, set date of the 2028 LNC convention to February 18th, 21st, 2028. Is that correct?
Yes.
Thank you.
That is correct.
Mr. Bowler.
Yes.
Mr. Bost,
Yeah.
and I can't see what you guys are seeing. You are seeing the motion, the ballot, correct?
Correct. Yes.
Thank you. Mr. Chatterton,
In light of the mixed feedback in my region, I'll abstain.
Mr. Dar,
Gonna pass for now.
Mr. Dassing,
Yes.
Mr. Ford,
Yes.
Ms. Hollis, Ms. Hayes,
Yes.
Mr. Nebel,
Yes.
Mr. Martin.
Like Mr. Chatterton, due to the mixed priorities in my region, I'm going to abstain.
Mr. McGee,
I will be an aye.
because I'm conflicted on what's best for the national party and what's best for my state party, I'm going to abstain. Mr. Hirsch,
It's a tough decision, but I'm going to vote yes.
Mr. Redpath,
Yes.
Mr. Thompson,
Pass.
Mr. Watkins,
Can you hear me?
now I can.
Okay. Yes.
Chair Nikayla, do you want me to come back to you?
I will abstain.
Mr. Dar,
I'm also just going to abstain because I could support either.
Mr. Thompson,
I will as well.
that's an abstain.
Correct.
Okay, Mr. Chair, the votes are 10 yes, 0 no, and 6 abstentions.
All right, motion passes. Thank you very much to the Convention Oversight Committee and, of course, the leadership of Mr. Ford. And I know Mr. McGee, you'll be getting those RFPs, and we'll go from there. So thank you, gentlemen and ladies. All right. Next, we're going to be moving on to new business with previous notice. Monetize emails.
Can you
Oh.
give me 30 seconds?
Sure. Mr. Thompson, you have your hand raised?
Yes, I would like to object to the consideration of the question.
Okay. I'm going to give Mr. Secretary a moment.
Who objected?
Mr. Thompson.
Point of order, that doesn't actually require an objection. It moves immediately to the consideration.
I believe the secretary is making notes, sir.
Hold up 1 second.
Thank you, Mr.
Yeah,
Martin.
they paused so that I could do my job. But who made the objection?
I believe it's Mr. Thompson. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Thank you.
That is correct.
Okay. So we're going to move right into a vote on the objection of the consideration of the motion. It requires a 2/3 vote. It is not debatable, does not require a second. So, Mr. Secretary, whenever you're ready with that ballot.
Point of information, I'm sorry, what are we voting on here?
It would be a motion to monetize emails to the LNC by Mr. Watkins.
Okay.
Point of information. There's
And Mr. Chair,
Mr. Bowler,
can you let the other members know what an aye is actually a vote for and what a no is actually a vote for? Because from my understanding, a yes is that you do want to consider, and a no is that you don't want to consider.
correct. So a yes vote would be to be in favor of the objection. A no vote would be against the objection. So a yes vote would be to basically get rid of the motion. A no vote would be to consider the motion.
Thank you.
And neither of which is a vote to adopt.
Confused it there at the end.
I'm sorry, Mr. Boss.
I'm sorry, neither vote would be a vote to adopt the motion.
Correct. It wouldn't be a vote to adopt. It would only be a vote to consider. So let's say we voted no, then we'd move on to discussion and deliberation on the on the motion, and then we would debate it and we'd go through the process and then we would vote on it. An objection to the consideration of the motion would be to not even consider it. There would be no period to debate. It would just, if the ayes have it, the motion would not be considered.
Chair,
if
that's
I
not
can
my
jump in.
understanding of the. My understanding is the yes is supposed to be that you do want to consider, and then the
Yes.
no, because it actually
The,
ends
the,
up
the
being
motion, the motion is, shall the motion be considered?
Yes.
exactly.
A yes is to
That
consider, a
is
no is
correct.
against.
That is
Oh,
correct.
And I
okay,
see
so
Mr. Brown's hand raised. I wasn't sure if he had a parliamentary.
He's
Mr.
nodding
Brown.
and he's nodding in agreement.
Yeah.
Okay, so I have it wrong. So go ahead.
No, I was just going to state that the question is, shall the question be considered? And a vote means you will consider the question. No vote means you will not consider it. And it takes a 2/3 no vote to not consider it.
All right, so I stand corrected. So a yes vote is to consider the motion, a no vote is to not consider the motion. That's correct. Okay.
Mr. Bowler,
No.
Mr. Bost,
Yes.
Mr. Chatterton,
I'm going to pass, please.
Mr. Dar,
No.
Mr. Dassing,
Yes.
Mr. Ford, Mr. Ford,
No.
Ms. Hayes,
Abstain.
Mr. Neville,
No, do not consider the motion.
Mr. Martin,
Pass.
Mr. McGee.
Pass.
I'm voting no. Mr. Hirsch,
No.
Mr. Redpath,
No.
Mr. Thompson,
No.
Mr. Watkins,
Abstain.
Mr. Chair,
I'll abstain.
Mr. Chatterton,
Can it be clarified? It needs 2/3 no to
correct.
stop it. I'll abstain, I believe.
Mr. Martin,
Troubled by this. I think we've considered far worse questions than this. I'm going to abstain because I don't feel right about this objection, and I feel like this won't get fairly considered.
Mr. McGee,
Sorry. Mr. Malagon's on the green, so I'm going to have to abstain.
Mr. Chair, the vote is 2 yes, 8 no, 6 abstentions.
The motion shall not be considered. Mr. Dar, I'm going to hand you the gavel for the next motion. And actually the next two motions.
Okay. All right. Mr. Chair, I recognize you for the next item of business, motion to accept auto resignation of Watkins from EPC with reappointment.
Yes, so I move to accept the auto resignation of Mr. Watkins from EPCC and also to reappoint him to the EPCC. Is there a second?
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded. Is there any objection to the motion? Well, I see a hand raised to speak to it. Mr. Boast.
No objection.
No objection. Okay, sorry, Mr. Boss. Thank you, Mr. Boss. All right. Mr. Bowler, I see your hand raised to be recognized. Was this an objection?
It was more an objection to just do a little bit of debate. I would love to
Clarify.
hear.
No problem.
Okay. I'd love to hear Mr. Watkins' position on this because I think it is a salient point of we need to attend the meetings of the committees that we're on and put priority and importance on that.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'll just apologize for, I guess, missing 5 meetings, although I don't think attendance was regularly taken, but, you know, it's not that big of a deal to me. But toward the end of spring, getting into summer, I do get a little bit busier. And before the EPCC was expanded, we were meeting once every 2 weeks, usually for about 20 or 30 minutes each time. And then when the committee was expanded, the meetings were then about an hour and a half, sometimes an hour and 40, coming on to 2 hours, which is kind of absurd for a meeting or a committee like this. And that just ate into other things going on in my personal life, making things busier, and also would sometimes overlap with COC meetings. So I did need to prioritize. But since the committee was brought back down to 3, it is returned to 30 minutes once per month.
Thank you, Mr. Watkins. Mr. Boss, I still see your hand raised. You wish to be recognized?
Yes. The nature of our committee is it is a confidential committee, so I won't say what we talk about, but it is ongoing and there's constant communication between the members. Mr. Watkins is always a participant on every decision. There was no real loss of input or participation by not attending on a specific time. It is not like the LNC. So I don't think that plays into this particular consideration.
And thank you, Mr. Boss. And I'd like to add that I've also offered my help in anything, and it was never needed. And I keep track of the chat regularly, barring any notification issues. But yeah, it's like, I don't know, an asynchronous college course. Like if you're getting an A, you don't attend class all the time, it happens. But yeah, that's pretty much it.
Thank you, Mr. Watkins. Mr. Bowler.
I appreciate Mr. Watkins apologizing for not being at those meetings. I am now in favor of his reappointment, but also with the stipulation, I mean, not part of it, but just acknowledge that if it happens again, it will be a no.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bowler. I am not seeing any other hands from anyone wishing to be recognized. So we shall move to a vote. All those in favor of accepting the auto resignation and immediate excuse me.
Because it's a reappointment, you have to do it by a roll call vote.
Thank you for correcting.
Appointment to a committee.
Yeah, that is true. I can't speed run that. Thank you for the correction there. That's moved to a counted vote.
Had I not had it ready, I might not have interrupted you. Mr. Bowler.
Yes.
Mr. Bost.
Yes.
Mr. Chatterton.
Yes.
You want me to skip you, Mr. Dar?
Yeah, this time skip me since I'm.
Thank you. Mr. Dassing.
No, I'm just kidding. Yes.
That's
Mr.
crying,
Ford.
by the way, not laughing.
Mr. Ford.
Yeah.
Ms. Hayes.
oh wait, sorry, as somebody who skipped class all the time and still got A's, I am going to give a yes.
Mr. Neville,
Yes.
Mr. Martin,
I have confidence in Mr. Watkins. I'm a yes.
Mr. McGee,
Mr. Watkins, do your damn homework. Yes.
I will vote yes. Mr. Hirsch,
Yes.
Mr. Redpath,
Yes.
Mr. Thompson,
Yes.
Mr. Watkins.
No.
I knew you were going to say that. Mr. Nikela,
I'll vote yes.
Mr. Dar.
Since all the others voted yes, I'll show solidarity and be able to vote yes on this one too.
That is against Mr. Watkins' wishes.
Yes, I am drafting Mr. Watkins.
The vote total is 15 yes and 1 no.
The motion passes. Thank you very much. We shall move to the next item of business, the voter gravity discussion with the related, voter gravity discussion. There was no motion attached to this one. 15 minutes. Chair Nikela.
Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Chair. So to be clear on this discussion, I'm not asking for any particular action from this committee. I simply wanted to have a discussion on voter gravity with the board. And since I made the motion to discuss, I've been speaking with staff and adoption on voter gravity. It looks like there is a good number of states that are actually using voter gravity, so I'm really happy to see that. I will say that it is a neat piece of kit. It's a great tool for affiliates and for candidates, but it's also expensive. And I will just remind the board that we are bleeding roughly $15,000 a month. You're going to see in the next report for August that there's going to be a big change in that, a positive change. And, this is something that I want it to, if we're going to continue with it, to benefit the affiliates and the candidates. And so that means that I want to make sure we're promoting adoption and not only adoption, but actual use of the software. And I certainly seek input from the affiliates. I know that at some point the affiliate sport committee chair is going to come on. Overall, gun to my head, I think it's a great piece of software. I think that we should certainly encourage the folks on the ground to continue to use it. I just want to make sure we're getting our value out of it by encouraging that adoption and that use, and to discuss it in any way. So bringing this topic up actually brought it to the light for a lot of affiliates, and now they get to know that it exists if they're not already using it. And we got some input there. So I did want to discuss this tonight.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I do remember that Mr. Bradley also wanted to speak to this, so if he could raise his hand just so I have him in the queue here too, if he'd still like to speak to that. I will next recognize Mr. The Secretary.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Chair. We use voter gravity here in Indiana. We really like it. We came up with a program to try to incentivize our candidates and our county parties to use it. Basically, if they've reached a certain threshold of doors knocked and surveys given, that we would reimburse the costs that the counties and the candidates have. I think it's a great tool. I think the biggest problem we have is twofold. One, we've done a piss poor job of promoting it to the affiliates to get them to want to use it. It's free for the state parties. It costs for candidates and county parties, but it's actually a really good deal. It's, I think, less than 50% if you were to go and buy it or sign up for it directly and not going through the national program. So we've done not a great job of promoting why the state affiliates should use it and how they can get their candidates and their county parties using it. We've also done a piss poor job of asking the members to fund or to donate to supporting the continued use of voter gravity. I wrote a letter a year ago that never got sent. saying, this is a great thing. You should use it. You should help fund it. It never went out. So I think before we decide we're going to axe a program or consider axing a program that is actually really beneficial as a political party, we should do a better job of getting engagement from the affiliates and asking people to financially support it. If I understand correctly, the total cost is between $3,000 and $7,000 a month, depending on use.
3,000.
3,000 a month for
And-
something that can be used by all of the affiliates for free. And they load in the voter data for that state. Like they supply it. Like that's huge. And national can access that information for each state that's using it as well, just like the state can access it for the candidates and the county parties that are using it. It's a great program. We need better adoption, and we need to ask people to help pay for it. That's all I got to say.
Thank you, Mr. Secretary. Mr. Chatterton.
Mr. McMahon beat me to a lot of the same points I would have raised, so I will avoid repeating them, but I think I can second basically everything he mentioned. I would also want to add, just recounting some of the experiences that I had working with it in Michigan. We had several campaigns take it up and take it on to use the tool. And we had, I think, 3 or 4 campaigns use it, including some getting support from the state party with membership with the state party's access. And it was very useful, and generally the consensus was that our teams that used it felt like we were hardly even scratching the potential for it, but that even at that level there was great value derived, and that that would only basically increase with more use, becoming having more people become adept in using the tool. There's a significant element of it to be done by planning for efforts and things like that. And one of the things I noticed is it was very helpful for us that we had a very direct commitment to it from a few core members at the top of the party that learned it well and tried to help with the rollout to the different groups. And having an effort like that really helped us to overcome some of the barriers to entry, and getting it rolled out into a couple campaigns. It was basically just a process of baby steps, allowed it to really take off. And as I said, we hardly felt we scratched the surface of the potential return on investment that we could get for it. I did also kind of want to repeat one of the points that Mr. McMahon did raise already, is that in past years we had made inquiries out to other service providers of the same type of tool, and at least a price difference of half, I think, is very reasonable, as Mr. McMahon said, and it might have even been greater difference than that in our experience. So I hope the National Party can continue this, and I think even with that cost, it's something we should work on, and I think we can take a lot of measures to bring funding specifically for this, and it's worth it, and it's something we should not get rid of, and I hope we can keep working with it. Thank you.
Thank you for your comments, Mr. Chatterton. Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I definitely second and agree with everything that's been said by the other members on this. But I want to add one thing to the discussion that's super exciting. So first of all, for those of you who don't know, voter gravity freaking rocks. We get access to data that we need in order to build lists that allows us to do things in politics. It makes campaigns go, right? So this is a really powerful tool that we're all learning. As a state chair, I'm learning this. And I'll tell you right now, I'm not utilizing this yet nearly to the level that it needs to be utilized. I think we could use a little bit more mentorship, especially kind of one-on-one interactions where people can learn how to do things on this. That would be cool. But even better than that, we just passed a program that will absolutely benefit and make full use of voter gravity and be able to help to fundraise on it and be able to reinforce those efforts, and may even help to be kind of that mentorship training process in the states where they're working. So our operators will be able to use this data to build lists and to conduct activities and to supplement the state party and help them do things like petitioning during sensitive ballot access windows. So I'll leave it there.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Mr. Ford.
Mr. Darrow, last month we had a significant turnout at our second town hall. Lack of a better term, that's what I call it. We talked about a number of issues. I'm wondering if we shouldn't do another one of these this month and touch on a range of issues, not the least of which would be having someone perhaps even from voter gravity speak for 5 minutes to chairs about voter gravity. Thank you.
That sounds like an excellent idea. Thank you, Mr. Ford. Mr. Bradley. No one objects? Thank you. Good.
Again, talking to the chairs, there are 27 chairs currently, or 27 states currently signed up for voter gravity. 25 of them are actually using it, or actively using it, not actually, actively using it. 2 of them, emails were sent out to them after they signed up. The emails bounced back and we've been unable to get a hold of them. So there are 25 currently using it. I think talking to some of the chairs who are not using it, some of them didn't know it existed, which goes to the secretary's point that there hasn't been a good push to get this out there to some of the chairs so that they know that it's there. Some of the feedback I have gotten is they love that it has its own built-in block walking app with it, where a lot of the L2 data and stuff like that, you're having to purchase a block walking app outside of that. They like the fact that they can make notes for houses, and then when the next candidate comes along and pulls up that house, boom, those notes are there for the next candidate that comes through. And you're not going to have that unless, and I'm sure some of the other programs do, but if you don't keep it going forward where you're using the same app, you're going to lose that data that the candidates so far have compiled for the future candidates to give them a little bit of a heads up. This house liked this but didn't like that, so don't talk about that, talk about this, and kinds of gets it on that. Another thing that I did get feedback on are the states who are using it actively. They've kind of adapted it for a couple of different reasons, or a couple of different things that they can use it for, but training needs to be done by somebody, because a lot of the states haven't been able to fully utilize it because they haven't gotten any kind of training to be able to fully utilize it. So if there is a way that we can get, I know here in Texas, our campaign, the guy who runs campaigns in Texas for the state party, he used it. He did a training on it. The training got really good feedback from within Texas of who used it here. But I think it would help not only to push it a little bit more for the states, you would see more sign up for it by pushing it out a little bit more, but giving a training for those who do have it or are going to sign up on it so that they can fully utilize it and see the rest of the tools that it offers that some of these other, like I said, L2 data and stuff like that don't currently have. The 25 states that did do it did say that they are using it for multiple candidates. They're having good feedback from it. The state level is liking it because they're getting a little bit of data on who the voters are in the state. It tends to be a little bit better, more accurate than other apps and data that we've collected in the past. So that would be the feedback. I would personally say myself that I think it has been a good thing. I think a 50%, which is what we're sitting at, user rate is very good. And I think if we pushed it a little bit more and sent it back out, I think you would see a high climb in that number from 50%. That's all I got.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bradley, for that feedback. It's greatly appreciated. Mr. Nebel.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I asked for feedback from my friends here in South Carolina, and we had our meeting yesterday, and one person's feedback was that they don't like the agreement that they signed that the candidates were not allowed to use it. So that was one thing. And then also that they would use it if they understood it. So I think the point made earlier about training is probably important there. And then a second person told me that they see the potential voter gravity has, but their candidates, our candidates use a competing software called Good Party. So that's all the feedback that I was given. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Nebel. Mr. Watkins.
Yeah, I just want to echo a lot of the things that other members have said already. You know, it's a great tool, and it is it's something that we need to give our candidates, because that's our whole point of existing anyway, or at least partially the point. And I think this needs to be something like, if cost is a excuse me, I'm a little sick, but if cost is a concern, I think the secretary is correct, and others, that we have to push for wider adoption. But also, I think this should be an item that should be used for fundraising, emails, social media, whatever it is. That was part of the plan that we adopted about a year ago, once things were in the correct place, that this could be used in part for or as part of a marketing campaign to fundraise for our candidates, because it's a valuable tool. And donors, I think, if they see that their money is actually going somewhere and is useful and generates a return, which would be winning elections, hopefully, then they would see that their money is well spent.
Thank you, Mr. Watkins. We just had time end at the end of your comments there. Does anyone wish to extend time on this item? I see a few hands still raised.
Move to extend by 5 minutes.
Second.
Motion has been made and seconded to extend by 5 minutes. Is there any opposition to extending by 5 minutes?
Yeah, I will object, yes.
There is an objection. Do you wish to speak to objection? Wait, there is a non-extension of time. Let us go to a vote. Those in favor of extending by 5 minutes, please react with a raised hand. I see 10 hands raised. Go ahead and lower your hands. All those opposed, please raise your hand. I see 2 opposed to extending by 5 minutes. The motion carries to extend by 5 minutes. And back into the order that it was before there, I believe. Mr. McMahon and then Mr. Scott.
I just would like to talk with Mr. Nebel offline about some of the concerns that contract for the candidates. I was on the candidate support committee when the original contract was signed, and the agreement that we had was essentially it couldn't be used until after nomination. There were some exceptions, but you couldn't use it until you had been nominated, and that was to prevent favoritism or supporting, one party over one group or one faction over another. They had to be nominated beforehand. As far as Good Party is concerned, Good Party is a great company. We have a lot of candidates in Indiana that use them. The drawback to it is you don't have the data retention for other candidates, the county party or the state party, and they don't have all of the same mechanisms. Their data is also not as great. It's not a comprehensive L2 import. And so I just wanted to let people know that, but they do a lot of other really good stuff, and I like the Good Party. They're also very affordable for candidates, but there are ways to incentivize or for state parties to subsidize candidates using voter gravity, and then you have good data retention, not just for that cycle, but for future cycles. So just wanted to say that.
Thank you, Mr. McMahon. And if there's no objection to recognizing Mr. Scott, not hearing an objection, Mr. Scott, thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Thank you, Chair. I appreciate you guys giving me a chance to speak really quick. I'll be brief. So, voter gravity, we loved it. We like where it's coming. We signed up twice, but still never got in. I pushed for this years ago through the ballot access committee to the board many times. So hear it from another state that wants to use it, and I have a candidate that could use it right now that's running for school board. So if you guys can help me out on that, that'd be great. But also, please, yeah, keep it going. That's it.
Thank you very much, Mr. Scott. Mr. Bradley, let's take note of that and make sure we get some support for Mr. Scott there, and thank you. Mr. Ford.
Yeah, briefly, I wonder whoever is actually in touch with operationally with Voter Gravity can give me their contact information so I can reach out to them and have that special phone call about them participating in our national convention next year. If we've got, on a larger note, if we've got suggested campaign vendors, companies that are in the business of potentially or currently selling to us, we need to hit them up and shake them down for a little of the do-re-mi. So I'd appreciate that input. I don't know if that's you, Jake, or whoever. Thank you.
That we can get in touch with them. Just call me and Hannah on Monday, and we'll set up a time to touch base. They're a good group. They're all libertarian.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ford. Would love to have him there too. Thank you very much, Mr. Kayla. I'm not seeing anyone further wishing to be recognized. We only had a minute left anyways. Did you have anything else to close out, Mr. Nikela, on this discussion item?
I'll just close with saying I appreciate this discussion. I think the main objective seems to be how do we train and increase adoption of voter gravity. I think we're all on the same page that we like it. We think it's valuable and worth every penny. It's just a matter of getting up to 50 states to be using it and adopting it. So that's where we're going to go with it. And I look forward to working with you to see how we can reach that end. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. That item is over, so I'm going to hand back the gavel to Mr. Nikela.
All right, break's over. All right, next up is appointment of Ms. Wong to ASC by Mr. Chatterton. Mr. Chatterton, you have the floor, or you can make your motion.
Thank you. So this motion to appoint Ms. Wong to the Affiliate Support Committee was at the request of the Affiliate Support Committee Chair. To my understanding, they've had some discussions, and Ms. Wong had been working on a project that Mr. Bradley was interested to work with her on further, bring that under the umbrella of the Affiliate Support Committee work, and bring the resources at hand with that to bear on that project. And I would encourage that if there isn't objection, that we could certainly welcome any feedback from Mr. Bradley or Ms. Wong if either of them wish to speak to that.
Before I move forward, is there a second to make the appointment?
Second.
All right, it's been moved and seconded. Is Ms. Wong on tonight?
Yes, I'm here.
All right. Without objection from the body, would you like to give us a little bit of information about yourself and your interest in the ASC?
Hi, everyone. I am chair of the MTLP, that's Montana LP, and I've been working on growing our membership and trying to get our counties affiliated. And as a result, I took the LNC handbook, the affiliate handbook, and retooled it to be more specific for Montana and for our county affiliates. And as a result, got very interested in our own affiliate support. And I sent the handbook to Jacob, and then he just asked if I'd be willing to help out with the LNC affiliate support. And because I'm very interested in learning how to better serve our own counties, I jumped at that chance because I would like to get more information on how to support our counties and get them activated. So that's where I'm at.
Thank you very much, Ms. Wong. Mr. Bradley, would you like to speak as ASC chair?
Are y'all tired of hearing from me yet tonight? No? Okay. Um, Melissa said most of it. She did send me that. One of the goals that we had on the affiliate support committee this cycle was to update that book that was put out last cycle by the affiliate support committee. We'd like to update it. We'd like to add things to it. I did a lot of that book, so I'm sure it's full of grammatical errors. I need somebody who's willing to fix my stuff. Not that I know that for sure, but I know me, so I'm guessing. So I would like somebody who has been able to put together a book similar to this, which Melissa has. And I would like, that's why I specifically requested that she be added, because I want her to come in and help with the retooling and the updating and the adding to of that book. And I think she is the perfect person with her skill set to be able to do that.
All right. Is there any discussion or questions for the affiliate support committee or Ms. Wong? Hearing none, we can go to an election or a vote. Mr. Secretary, whenever you're ready.
Mr. Bowler,
Yes.
Mr. Bost,
Yes.
Mr. Chatterton,
Yes.
Vice Chair Dar,
Yes.
Mr. Dassing,
Yes.
Mr. Ford,
Yes.
Ms. Hayes,
Yes, yes.
Mr. Neville,
Yes.
Mr. Martin,
Yes.
Mr. McGee.
Aye.
I will vote yes. Mr. Hirsch,
Yes.
Treasurer Redpath,
Yes.
Mr. Thompson,
No.
Mr. Watkins,
Yes.
Chair Nikela.
I will abstain.
The vote is 14 yes, 1 no, and 1 abstention.
Motion passes. Congratulations to Ms. Wong. All right, next up is a motion to amend Policy Manual Statute 1.02.1, previous notice. Mr. Buller, you have the floor.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Simply, notice issues have been plaguing this committee, like many other committees and states. I think that when I was reading through some of the arguments about the notice of the two motions from June, there were arguments like, hey, there's a loophole of why that this is actually in order. And I just think that if we're trying to do notice where we end up getting confused as to what's actually happening with the rule, and it's requiring us to even look at like loopholes and things, it's probably not really helping us in any way. And so this amendment would simplify it and make it super easy, where I believe we would reduce the amount of appeals to 0 over previous notice, at least due to confusion or lack of clarity. Thank you.
Is there a second for Mr. Buller's amendment or motion?
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. Mr. McGee, you are recognized.
Mr. Bowler, again, I'm seconding this on behalf of Mr. Bowler, who ostensibly is my boss. But I am not seconding it because of that. What I will say is, we've had some disagreements about notice requirements. And the result of that is this proposal. While I am hesitant to assist this I do think it is the most prudent measure, and as such, I would implore all of you to vote yes on this motion. I yield my time.
Is there anyone else seeking to be recognized? Mr. Bost.
Yes. So the first part of the original language is being removed. I don't know if it's being removed or being improved. Is the notice in a previous session? Would that still be the case, or would someone need to make a separate notice within before 5 days? If they, how does that work?
My understanding is that a notice would have to be made 5 days in advance, period, for all motions.
If I could speak to it, if you're noticing something at a meeting that was at least 5 days before, it would still be notice.
Correct. So basically everything needs 5 days notice.
All right, thank you. That makes perfect sense.
Mr. Martin.
Thank you. Under this policy, I can notice a document that I want us all to adopt, and none of you get to know what's in it until I spring it on you. And all I have to do is tell you at some point in advance with just barely enough. You guys do. I don't know if, look, okay, here's the thing. There are situations that arise where sometimes you kind of need that kind of secrecy, or you kind of need that kind of maybe something is being investigated and there's a very serious situation. This is like something that would be exigent circumstances, and there are reasons, good reasons, to argue why this kind of notice policy and interpretation is a good one. However, if there's any kind of misrepresentation or rush to judgment or attempt to try to kind of railroad around the minority and just use this to steamroll and surprise them with business, that's what I'm concerned about. And there has been a real problem on this committee doing exactly that, not just providing not enough notice, but in my opinion, engaging in misrepresentation and forcing us to vote before we're ready on things, or giving us enough time to reasonably review it, and in ways that could have been handled much better and more respectfully for us to be able to make informed governance decisions. I think this is more of an ethical problem than a policy problem. I really appreciate the intent of this, and I appreciate that there is a desire to clarify. I would be more in favor of the kind of amendment that would give us like a exigent circumstances situation and more clarity on making sure that this kind of policy just isn't abused. But honestly, I don't see any urgent need to change this. It's not that hard to give the full text of what you're going to do. Most of the time, it's really not a problem. So I'm explaining where I'm at on this. I'm not honestly sure how I'm going to vote on this. I have heard powerful arguments in favor of this policy, and I've heard, I've honestly, I naturally lean away from this and say notice is so critical and we want that open notice process. And I feel like the way that the committee is constructing this.
I apologize to cut you off, Mr. Martin, but we are at time.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Is there a motion, Mr. McKee?
No. The item is, I move the previous motion.
You don't have to. It's going to now, unless somebody extend time, it would go to the vote.
Well, then let's go to the vote.
All right, so we'll go, Mr. Secretary, if you could prepare the ballot.
Mr. Bowler.
Yes.
Mr. Bost.
Yes.
Mr. Chatterton.
Yes.
Vice Chair Dar.
Yes.
Mr. Dassing.
Abstain.
Mr. Ford.
Yes.
Ms. Hayes.
Yes.
Mr. Neville,
Yes.
Mr. Martin,
As I said before, I think my rooster says I gotta abstain. Sorry.
Mr. McGee,
Yes.
I vote yes. Mr. Hirsch,
Yes.
Treasurer Redpath,
Yes.
Mr. Thompson,
Yes.
Mr. Watkins,
Abstain.
Chair Nikayla.
I'll abstain.
The vote is 12 yes and 0 no's and 4 abstentions.
Motion passes. All right, next up is a motion to add designated funds drop down on donation page by Mr. Bowler. Is there a second?
Second.
Second.
Mr. Bowler, would you like to speak to your motion?
Yes, I'll be brief. There is a lot of lack of trust with the LNC or the party in general for the use of funds and the responsibility of them. And I'm looking for ways that we can bring members back, bring donations back, because that's the lifeblood of this organization. And I think one of the ways that we can do it, libertarians, we love decentralization. And so having separate designations for the funds, the donations that come in to particular projects, then the donors can be a little bit more confident that it is at least going to go to a project that they agree with, and it will be under the purview of the committee for that project. And so I would still, of course, love general support donations as the default, for the general fund, but it would allow other people to start coming back, at least helping with those other projects. Thank you.
I have my hand raised, Mr. Chair.
Mr. McMahon, Mr. Secretary.
Normally I would say that there was nothing in this that required a motion, and I actually spoke with the chair about this. All of this is just directing staff to create this drop-down menu. But then it's the last part, further direct the executive director and treasurer to map each selection to a corresponding budget line, record designated donations as program restricted funds, include the designation on donor receipts and applicable financial reports. That makes it something that obviously has to be a motion. And I would say I actually 100% support this as somebody who used to give money to the CRM project that was supposed to be directed, designated. Those funds were never actually allocated to the CRM project. And it, irritated me because I gave money for a development of a extension, and that money did not get used for that development of that extension. So I think this is a really good idea to do this. And the last part is I think the most critical part, which is that they end up being mapped to the budget and designated and restricted to what it was intended for when the donors selected it. I would say we need to do something a little more than general support being the default. I think maybe it should be a separate box to drop down if, like, further down, if you want to designate, please choose from one of these things as opposed to being up at the top. I think a lot of people will look at that and think, I'm giving $150 to the national party. Oh, hey, I can make sure it only goes to ballot access. So I think maybe having it further down on the thing might be better for our general fund. That's all. Thank you.
Drew's Education Fund. All right, Mr. Redpath.
Yes, I have mixed feelings about this proposal. I will probably abstain on this. I think there is some merit to it, but on the other hand, I think that there is a possibility that money, we've got to keep the lights on, we've got to pay staff. General support may not sound very sexy to a lot of people, but it's extremely important. And I think
Bill Redpath
that
here.
I beg your pardon. Okay, there was a comment that I did not hear. But in any event, and I think it's up to this board basically. I think people send us to this board under varying circumstances. Sometimes there are regional agreements that you know that are in place that restrict members' ability to vote in certain ways. But I do think that the board ultimately is responsible for the expenditure of funds. I think we're sent here by members. Certainly, we need to listen to the members. There's no question about that, and get their input. But I'm just concerned about certain eventualities here that may make operations of the party more difficult if things are allocated to specific projects and not the general support that is needed. And ultimately, I think the judgment of the LNC is very important in terms of moving the party forward.
I just want to quickly say that about 70 to 80% of our expenditures are staff salaries and contracts. So I just wanted to remind everybody of that fact. Mr. Dart.
Yeah, I had raised my hand to ask Mr. Redpath about the difficulty in tracking those items going forward, and to ask Mr. Bowler about the technical difficulties and making that all work out. I know there has been some difficulties at times getting the donation page to do what we wanted to do, if for those that aren't aware of that at certain times, where it is failed to make it easy for donors to donate in some instances where the pop-ups and drop-downs weren't working quite the right way we wanted them to. So if they'd be able to answer more on that ability. But I do support having things in different areas there. I do like how we have something similar in Texas, where we have first the general donation as higher up type items, and then we have our special projects, which we do put lower on our donation page, but then it's directed to like our legislative action fund, legal action fund, and campaign support fund, or our different funds that we have available. There's different ways that are beyond the normal general donation area. So I do like the general idea there, and to be able to track that so that we are able to do specific appeals. And I find that those specific appeals are a way to bring in money that we might not otherwise get, by being able to have that accountability and those appeals being able to be done. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Mr. Mickey. Mr. Mickey, you're muted. I'm not sure if you're still seeking to be recognized. We'll go to Mr. Ford.
Quick question and then a comment. Under current fundraising techniques, is there an option for general operations as a targeted item?
That's basically the default. I mean, if you go to the website.
But should it be listed? I mean, specifically, and I forgive my ignorance for not knowing that. But if we're going to list out specifics, which I support wholeheartedly, I just wonder if we should, list general support as a specific option, with perhaps a point that you made that, a significant percentage of the party's operating budget relies on staff. We need staff, something to that effect. So giving people a choice, actually being if you will, on the positive, to support to the general operation.
Mr. Martin?
I'm strongly in support of this. I was kind of thinking about it, and I think it's a good idea. I think sometimes we over prioritize some things because it feels good to do that. But truth is, our general operations is definitely the more important earmark that we want there. I don't know. I kind of like your idea, Sam. I think this is a good. Pardon me, Mr. Bowler. I was going to call the question.
Mr. Dar, how are we on time?
I'm going to second that.
We are at time, so
All right,
it's
so
time
we,
to vote anyways, unless we extend time.
do I hear a motion to extend time? If not, move to a vote.
Point of order. A point of order.
Point of order, Mr. McGee.
Mr. Martin called the question, and I seconded.
Oh, we're already going to a vote.
Okay.
Whenever you're ready, Mr. Secretary.
Mr. Bowler,
Yes.
Mr. Bost,
Abstain.
Mr. Chatterton,
Yes.
Mr. Dar,
Yes.
Mr. Dassing,
Yes.
Mr. Ford,
Yes.
Mr. Hayes, Miss Hayes.
Oh, I was going to do my man voice. I'm going to say I'm actually going to be a no, even though I originally was in support. I think Mr. Redpath raised a very good point, so I'm a no.
Mr. Neville,
Yes.
Mr. Martin,
Yes.
Mr. McGee.
Pass.
I'm going to vote yes, but I'm probably going to ask for an amendment at our next meeting. I think there's some issues. Mr. Hirsch,
No.
Mr. Redpath,
I said I would abstain, but I'm going to change my vote to a no.
Mr. Thompson,
Yes.
Mr. Watkins.
Yes.
Do you want me to come back to you, Mr. Chair?
I'm going to abstain.
Mr. McGee.
Well, Mr. Watkins is okay with it, so I'm going to say yes.
Okay. The vote is 11 yes, 3 no, and 2 abstentions, Mr. Chair.
All right, motion passes. Next up, we have item G 1, 2, and 3. So there is a motion to go into executive session for legal discussion on New Mexico. Mr. Lamb is not present, so somebody else is going to have to make that motion. And also we'll need to include Mr. Scott from New Mexico to join us, if that's still the wishes of the body.
I move that we move into executive session and that Mr. Scott from New Mexico be included thereof.
Second.
All right, is there any objection to move into executive session? If not, we will proceed to the executive session.
Give me 1 second. I'm sorry, who was I supposed to be adding? That's not a board member?
Derek Scott, the chair
Thank
of
you.
New Mexico.
Thank you.
Actually, very important.
Hi, Evan. How's it going?
Good. Larry,
Yes, sir.
I'm making you host,
Okay.
and you'll go down to the bottom to the breakout room.
Okay.
Okay. And then you'll add me to the breakout room.
At the bottom breakout room. Join breakout room.
Yep. And you don't join breakout room. You assign me to the breakout room.
Okay. I just see join breakout room. How do I assign you?
I can't tell you. Mimi, help. She's on phone.
Oh wait, hold on. I think I'm remove put in. No, don't put in a waiting room.
Oh, I would have done it if you would have made me it. I know how to do it. But
I know, but
yeah, if you go to more, you can see the different breakout rooms and you can put Evan in there. It's yeah, I can't if I'm not looking at it, I can't tell you exactly how to do it. But yeah. Have you found it?
Okay. I have a locked meeting.
Oh,
and I'm not really on
actually,
phone,
yeah,
I'm
you need to
both.
add Greg Hirsch too. I didn't add Greg Hirsch.
Poor Larry.
Let's see. I only have a putting waiting room option.
On the click more at the bottom of your screen, the three dots say
Right.
more.
And then I have host tools, audio settings, meeting settings, live stream to YouTube, close all rooms.
No, you don't want to do that for sure for positive. It should be when you do the all rooms, you should be able to put people in the rooms.
Hold on, I'm gonna reclaim the host for a second so that I can put Greg Hirsch in there.
Okay.
Okay. Mimi, can you do it from your phone?
No,
Or-
I'm not on my phone. I'm on both. I'm on my computer. It's
Okay.
just that my earphones are on my phone.
If she knows how to do it, do you want to make her
Yep,
the
I'm
host?
gonna make you the host.
All right.
Okay. All right.
There you go, Mimi.
Okay. Yeah. So okay.
Oh,
so
and
let
can you
me
pause
just
the
I'll have to do some learning this week.
Oh, you want me to also put yeah, I get what you're saying. Okay, so let me find you to put you into the room.
It's Libertarian Party.
Yes, okay, let me do this. Okay, there you are. Doop, doop, doop. Yeah, so breakout rooms. Oh, no, what I need to do is go to you. Okay. Oh, that's weird. It's not giving me that thing to put you into the breakout room. Oh, here we go. No, it's funny. He was being correct. It says put you into the waiting room. I've never. Can you request to go into the other room? Because it's giving me something weirder than it did before.
No, there's no way for me to
Okay. Yeah, it's being weird actually. I thought I knew how to do this.
Hey, Stephen, hold on a second.
Oh, here we go.
While Mimi's working on that, may I say something?
No, don't, please. Just let me get this thing done, okay?
When there's a moment I'd like to be recognized.
Yeah, as soon as I, here we go. There you go. You should be in there now. Yes? Evan, did you go in? Because I just, yeah, okay. All right. Okay, I found to put him in there, and I'll recognize you in a second, but I'm going to do another thing first, which is to
The recording
pause
has
the
stopped.
recording. Okay, start, child. What do you want?
Yes, first of all, please, if you could turn the recording back on.
No,
heard it
they
went off.
asked me to turn it off because this is while they're in executive session. Why do you need the recording?
Just to make part of the record, but what I was going to say is I noticed the chat appears to be off for this meeting. I'd like to request to be turned on at the very least while they're in the secret meeting, but really it should be on all the time, just as a matter of basic participation and you know, making people feel welcome and able to be heard. You know, having people post written comments doesn't interfere with the meeting.
I 100% agree with you, and I think that they should have the chat on. I don't have the authority to do that because all I'm doing right now is being like an interim person to do this while they're doing their thing. So I can't do it, but I would say that I agree with you. And for their next meeting, I would probably bring that up at the very beginning in public comment.
I didn't
And I
realize
might even do
until
that
after
myself.
that. I didn't realize it until after public comment had already finished. I would have mentioned it, but this is one reason to allow public comment throughout the meeting. So when stuff does come up that people may not be aware of at the beginning of the meeting, that they still have the opportunity to.
Oh, I totally agree with you. I'm not disagreeing. It's just that
Yeah.
I have no authority.
Yeah,
I mean,
no,
right
I
now we're not in a meeting, right? I'm just kind of placeholder person.
So we can all chat among
So-
ourselves now.
The last
Yeah, you guys
time
can
we had the
talk as
chat
much as you
on,
want.
Okay.
Yeah, go ahead, Mr. Phillies or Dr.
the
Phillies.
last time that we had the chat on, what happened was that the meeting was porn bombed repeatedly. There were a bunch of people who had nothing to do with us. I don't know why we're getting echoes. And therefore it was eliminated.
And I will
Having
say
said
that,
I think
yeah, it was
because
horrible.
I think, you know, they should try to identify the people posting porn or being disruptive as individuals. I mean, as libertarians, we believe in treating people as individuals, not taking away rights from everybody because a few people abuse those rights.
that's technically impractical because you get these people signing in many times. So it's an interesting thought, but it can't readily be made to work electronically.
Well, maybe
The
give people
actually-
more chance to police the chat by removing inappropriate stuff. If more people are able to remove the porn or stuff that's irrelevant as soon as it gets posted, then you know, that would be an alternate way of addressing the problem without eliminating the chat for everyone.
That was tried
I'm
and
not-
failed
yes.
badly.
I'm not
However,
sure.
the actual reason I wanted to comment here was that there were some technical issues with the last motion, and they go back to the United Way 40 years ago. That is, suppose we say the LNC is appropriating $10,000 for ballot access. I donate $1,000 for ballot access. Does that have any effect on how much money the LNC is going to spend? What people discovered was that the United Way assigned how much money each group would get, and to the extent people assigned donations to particular groups, they were simply used to pay the donations from the United Way to the group, but had no effect how much money the group got. This tended to crash donations once people found how it worked.
I'm not quite understanding it, George. You're saying that people donated money, but then the money did not get used for those particular purposes because the LNC hadn't appropriated for those
No,
particular purposes?
no. It's slightly different. The LNC appropriates $10,000. I donate $1,000. How much is now in the ballot access fund? There are
Well,
two
there would be,
answers.
it appears there would be two different ballot access funds. There would be the one that was appropriated, And then there'd be your donation, which could be used to fill the 10,000, or it could be held separately, but only used towards ballot access, in which case they would need to pass an additional appropriation to authorize the spending of that 1,000.
That would be a third way. Another way would be they appropriated 10,000 and it's spent. I donate 1,000 designated, and now the appropriation is raised to 11,000. These are all choices, but I don't think it was recognized that there needed to be a decision. Now, the complication there is the money for staff salaries and support is currently 80% of the budget. If it were a much smaller number, you could simply say there will be appropriation to the drop-down pages, but there will be an overhead charge of, say, 20% to cover general operations. Unfortunately, the current financial situation, it would be 80% to general operations, and only 20% of my donation would get to the anything that I had meant to have it spent on.
Yeah, well, we should figure it out because libertarians want people to have more control over their own money. And one of my mantras is we should run our own organization the way we want to see government run. So just as we would prefer, taxpayers to be able to say where in government their tax money goes. I mean, ideally, we want it totally voluntary where they don't have to pay the taxes at all if they don't want to. But if they do have to pay the taxes, giving them choice over where that money goes is definitely a step in the libertarian direction. So I think we should very much facilitate that happening with our own donors and our own organization. Whatever it takes to make that happen, it should be done.
Do you mind if I break in?
Oh, go ahead.
I'm just wondering if anybody else wants to have a conversation besides Starchild and George talking to each other.
There's a lot of people here, but I don't know how many of them are actually here.
Yeah, I'm just checking, because
I
it's
made
been
my
like
point.
a one-on-one. No, it was just curiosity. So nobody else seems to want to say anything, it seems. So you guys can keep going back and forth. Oh, Richard Brown has his hand up. So Richard?
I put my hand up, but I don't necessarily want to say anything. But I was wondering if others want to talk. So I'm just listening.
Yeah, so if nobody else wants to talk, Starchild and George, keep going on. I just wanted to make sure, just because I'm kind of like supposedly somehow in charge or something. So,
Yeah.
Okay, you guys just keep going on.
I have my hand up.
Oh, who? Wait, sorry.
JJ.
Oh, JJ, please go ahead.
Yes. I just wanted to say that basically under the old rule, you could conceivably not even have 5 days notice. You just had to give notice at the previous session, and it had to be the same type of notice that you saw under the newly adopted. So it could be actually less than 5 days notice if it came down to it. And it did not have to be anything more elaborate than what the current notice or what the amended notice would be at this point. So it, in some ways, is a little bit better. Also, because it applied only to original main motions, you could do things like offer amendments to the policy manual technically without any notice at all. You can't do that now.
Okay.
You can't do that now with that new amendment. So,
And I haven't read it, but from what I understand, I think JJ is correct if it applies only to original main motions. You could do a whole lot of things without having to give notice.
Starchild, your hand is still up.
Yeah, I actually had, and I left it up. I had another question I was going to raise. I didn't hear, maybe they said and I missed it, but did they specify for what specific purposes they went into a secret meeting, and were those purposes allowed under the the bylaws? Because my understanding is, I hope this is still in there, that to go into a secret meeting, they have to have, you know, a specific narrow purpose that fits within several different categories of things that can be discussed secretly.
Yes and yes.
Yeah,
Yeah, I believe it was. Yeah, I believe it was New Mexico was
Yeah,
the
it
main
was New
thing.
Mexico and it was a legal issue. So those would both be,
Yeah.
those would
Yeah.
both be
I
acceptable.
thought it wasn't very specific. I thought they could have been more specific, but I felt that way for some time, that they are really skirting the edge of the rules by just kind of broadly
But it was
stating the purpose.
But it was also in the it was in the agenda when they
Yeah.
put
I
that
have- I
on
have the
there,
one
which
note,
was
yes.
for it was for New Mexico
Yeah.
and it was for ballot
Mhm.
legal issues. So I
And
believe
the
it
actual
was
motions
clear
were
what they
there.
were doing.
Yeah, the actual
Yeah.
motions were there, that they did share
Yeah.
those. No more, they did end up being on the agenda.
Yeah, I agree with I agree with JJ on that.
I can see, you know, in some specific instances, and this is more of a general comment, where there's a need to discuss a legal matter with a limited audience, but I don't think everything that falls under the category of legal should automatically be secret. You know, when it's a internal party matter, like New Mexico, I presume, I don't know the details of it, but you know, from what I've heard, it sounds like it's about internal factional dispute, and I feel like that should be heard publicly.
Technically,
I don't disagree or agree with you, Star Child, because it's just that's what it was. You asked what it was, and
Yeah, no, I know. I'm making
so
a
they
separate
went in.
comment now.
Yeah, so I
My
think that
first
they
comment
went
was
in from
answered, but
you know why they said that they were doing it, but yeah,
technically,
it is what it is.
Technically, it is not internal, because it's dealing with the possibility, and they've raised this, pursuing legal action against another group using the Libertarian Party's name.
I do think, and I'm not speaking so much.
You know what? I'm gonna just stop you guys for a second because I've let you guys keep going. Chuck Moulton and Bryce Thon have raised their hands. I'd like to hear from them because they haven't said anything.
Yeah, just I mean, number one, I agree with Star Child, of course, that for secret meetings or executive sessions, they ought to specify the purpose and keep to that narrow purpose. I don't think they've been doing as good a job as they should have done at specifying that. But well, the parliamentarians are here. I wanted to ask Richard Brown and JJ what they thought about motions to extend time. My understanding is that's not debatable. They seem to debate for like 10 minutes about whether to extend for 5 minutes, which seemed kind of odd to me.
You're right, but they're not debatable, but it is what it is. And by the way, Chuck, I agree with you. I think that frequently they do not give what I consider sufficient justifying detail for going into executive session. I'm not referring to tonight's session so much as several meetings in the past. I've thought, boy, this is, you know, to my way of thinking, they're not really providing the information they should as to the exact reason for going into executive session.
Okay, so Bryce, you had your hand up.
Yeah, so I do agree that there probably should be more explicitly stated why they're going into executive session. However, I believe in this case, I have spoken to New Mexico's chair who was in the executive session as well. And yeah, this is a legal matter pertaining to electoral politics in New Mexico. So I understand why they're in executive session.
Star Child, your hand is up. Is that because you want to talk again, or you just forgot to take it down? Star Child? I'm lowering his hand. Anyone else want to say anything? Guess not. All right, so how's everybody doing tonight?
I've been in 3 meetings today, so fun.
I know the feeling. I met with 2 different candidates today, and I had another meeting. So yeah, lots of meetings. I'm not on this meeting except for that I'm doing this thing right now. But yeah, lots of meetings all the time.
Which candidates did you meet with, Mimi?
I met with 2 of the governor candidates for California.
Which ones?
I met with Thomas and with Nicholas.
Nicholas Wildstar?
No, Nicholas Thompson.
I'm not familiar with him. Who's Thomas?
Thomas Woodard and Nicholas. We have 4 candidates right now, which I've put like in different chats all over the place. There are 4. There's 4 people
Okay.
that are saying they're running. We can talk about that after, but Chuck has his hand up again, and I'd rather talk about that than California stuff. So Chuck.
Yeah, real briefly, I wanted to mention I serve on the bylaws committee, and traditionally, most years we have opened up our bylaws meetings to any LP member. Unfortunately, we haven't done a good job of that the first few meetings of the terms, as far as advertising how people can see the bylaws committee. We're switching to a Google group where people can sign up in a read-only fashion to read what's going on in the bylaws committee. And I believe Paul Dar is going to put on the LNC list sometime in the next week a link to register for the Zoom calls for our bylaws committee meetings. We meet every 2 weeks on Sundays. We just met earlier today, so we'll meet 2 weeks from now, 2 weeks after that. So those of you interested in bylaws committee business, watch out for an email from Paul Dar to the LNC list about how you can sign up for the bylaws committee Google group and how you can sign up for the to register for the Zoom meetings, because it'd be great to have more of you there for public comment period to give us feedback about the things we're talking about.
Oh, thank you so much. I would actually really like to be at those meetings, so I appreciate that, and I will be looking for that email. Stretch out, you've got your hand up.
Yeah. Chuck, I'm glad you're belatedly trying to have more transparency with the bylaws committee. I will note that this is a recurring problem of lack of transparency creeping into various committees, including, of course, the LNC itself. And you mentioned also people not, you said a read-only list. I think, you know, a small committee like that, there's probably not a huge amount of interest. I think anybody should be able to comment. You know, of course, only committee members would still vote, but I would urge you to open that list to anyone who wants to be part of discussion on email. You know, it's not like there's a fixed meeting time where you only have 2 hours or something in an actual meeting. If it's on email, you know, people can weigh in 24/7. So there's no reason I see not to let any LP member be part of the we and participate in the discussions about the party's bylaws just because they're not on the committee.
Just real briefly to respond, I don't think we're gonna open up the email list to not be in read only. We should have a public comment period at the start and the end of each meeting, and of course you can email bylaws committee members directly. I'm sure you know my email address with feedback about things we're talking about. On
I'm not sure if I
LPDA,
have your current email address. If you could,
it hasn't changed, but I'd be happy to email you again and let you know about that.
I think there should be a public vote of the committee on what you're talking about rather than just assume.
There was at the meeting we just had. We are
Can you send the
So
results of that vote?
it was unanimous, but what I was going to say
Unanimous
is
not to allow people to talk?
on Lpedia, there is a page for the current bylaws committee as well as past bylaws committees. It hasn't been updated very well for the current bylaws committee, but the aim is to get that better up to date with copies of the minutes, copies of proposals that have been considered, what is passed, etc. So hopefully we're going to get that up to date in the next 2 weeks.
So you're telling us, Chuck, that no member of the current bylaws committee was in support of letting people post to the list?
That's right.
Yeah, I'd be interested. I don't feel that vote should have taken place outside of the public being able to be there and weigh in on that, because those are the people whose rights were
I would
affected
urge
and
you
limited
to
in that extent.
show.
And I think there's a very good slogan that says "Nothing about us without us." It gets used in a lot of different activist contexts, like sex work activism I'm involved in. Nothing about us without us. So if it's a vote restricting the ability of LP members, ordinary members not on a committee, to take part in committee discussions, that should happen in view of and with the participation of those members whose rights are going to be restricted. I think that's very important.
I would urge you to show up for the next bylaws committee meeting and say that during public comment. That vote could always be revisited, but I don't think there will be appetite for that. But
I would
but that's
disagree
your-
with Mr. Starchild rather strongly on this. The members of that committee do have the right to deliberate, but that doesn't extend to people who are not members of that committee. And I think that line does have to be drawn. Of course, the members of that committee, or of course, the people who are not members of that committee can do what I did recently and write to somebody and say, this is what I think the policy would be good, or I think this is a good policy, or this is not a good policy.
So Jonathan, you're against Andrew Watkins' proposal to charge people for being able to email committees?
I would have objected to the consideration of the question. I would have
objected to the consideration of it?
I would have voted in favor of the objection to the consideration of the question. The question
Would you oppose the actual idea?
I object to considering. I would object to considering the question.
You oppose the actual idea of charging people?
I object to the consideration of the question.
You're not answering my question.
Yeah, I just did. My stand is that I would object. I would object to its consideration, which means that it would not be in favor. Which means that if it would not be in favor, I wouldn't even get to the point where it should. I'm not even to the point where I think that question should be considered.
Yeah, Starchild, you're arguing with him about something that he's agreeing with you on.
I'm not sure he is agreeing with me. I'd like to hear him say that he actually opposes the idea of charging people to communicate with their representatives.
He said he would have objected to the
I'm not a lawyer,
question,
but I understand.
we couldn't talk about it.
I understand legal language. He was answering a different question than the one I asked. Objecting to consideration of something is not necessarily the same as being against it.
Yeah, it says that it should not be considered.
I'm going to stop you guys, and I'm going to say that Bryce has his hand up, and then Richard. Sorry.
I was just going to say that objection to consideration of the question definitely implies that you are opposed to it, because you're shutting down the idea of even talking about it, much less voting on it. So yeah, he very clearly would be opposed to it if he's objecting to consideration of the question.
Is that an accurate characterization, Jonathan, of your position?
I think that I've said exactly that. You might not like it, but that is exactly what I've said.
What you guys?
I will also note that tonight the motion to do that was objected to. That there was an objection to the consideration of the question on that, and that the question was not considered based on that.
I know I've seen times where someone objected to considering something even though they supported it. Even though they supported it.
I'm going to stop you. I'm going to stop you.
Well, let me finish my sentence.
Other people have their hands up, dude.
One other person.
It's already been done.
Does.
So
okay, fine. I'll
Richard
get mine.
talk, okay?
Then call me after Richard. Then fine.
Yeah, I will. But let other people talk first, because I think we already answered the thing with Jonathan. JJ is not going to say probably more than what he said, but let Richard talk.
Thank you, Mimi, and And Star Child, you do have a habit of just interrupting and going on and on. But objecting to the consideration is not necessarily meaning you are opposed to the motion that was made. It simply means for whatever reasons, maybe political, could be any reason, you don't want it to even be considered. It might imply that you're opposed to it. Probably you are opposed to it, but it doesn't necessarily mean that you are opposed to it. You might actually favor it, but it's something you think just simply should not even be considered, at least at tonight's meeting. That's it.
Thank you. Okay, Star Child, you've got the floor again.
Thank you. And thank you, Richard. That is exactly what I was trying to say, and I appreciate you confirming that that I was correct on that as parliamentarian. They are two different things, and yeah, you know, I mean, Jonathan has every right to, JJ, sorry, has every right to dodge the question if he wants to, but I think he should be honest in admitting that's what he's doing, that they are two different questions. He was not answering my question.
I would answer the question as it was posed tonight. If I was a member of the LNC and I had a vote on it, I would have voted to object to the consideration of the question.
But it's not answering my question. You're still not.
Yeah, but your question didn't come up tonight.
It just did. I just raised it.
Yeah, that did not come up on the LNC tonight.
That's right.
And
It came after, and I just asked you, and you're dodging it, which is, you're right. You can
Can I
dodge.
just ask what the point of having this argument is?
Yeah, I'm gonna concur. Star Child, you can badger JJ all you want. He's not gonna give you anything more than that. This is.
I think
it's
good
just not gonna
people
do
to
anything.
say what they mean and be transparent about what they stand for. That's
Okay,
all.
so
You
let
know,
me
if
stop
he
you
would
for a
just acknowledge that
second.
he was dodging the question, didn't want to answer it, then
I'm not
I
dodging
think,
it.
I
I'm
think this is
answering
a
it.
pointless argument, Star Child, and you should just find something else to talk about.
He is dodging it. You know,
I'm not. No, I'm
Yeah.
answering it exactly as it was handled tonight. And
JJ is answering it
Yeah.
exactly how he wants to answer it.
Mhm.
He doesn't want to answer it any further. No offense, Star Child, but you can keep asking him over and over again. It's
No,
not going to
you know,
change the
I'm just saying,
answer.
let the record reflect that the question was dodged. My question was not
Well,
answered. What came
and
up
the
in the meeting.
record has totally been reflected completely. Everybody, all like
Which we don't
22
have, though.
people here, all 22 people here heard it. There's no real record because this isn't a meeting, and right now it's just a bunch of people sitting here while they do their thing in executive session. And I'm not trying to be pissy here, but it's like, you know, going back and forth trying to get JJ to say something he doesn't want to say isn't going to make JJ say something he doesn't want to say, and you can say it over and over and over again. But I'd love
Well,
to talk about anything other than this right now.
Sometimes, you know, getting it clear what is being said or dodged does elucidate further information. So I don't think it's necessarily, you know, futile in every case. But you know, I think the fact that, as Richard said, they are two different questions show that I was not raising some irrelevant point. In fact, my question was not answered, and again, he has every right not to answer it if he doesn't want to. But
It was answered. You just don't like the answer. That's
no, you didn't answer it.
That's the difference.
Okay,
Star
I'm
Child.
gonna just
I
stop
did.
this. I'm gonna just stop this because Bryce has his hand up again, and I'm gonna do a thing that's like just really stupid. But you know, please, anybody else here that's here, just like tell a joke, like do a thing. We're not in a meeting right now. I'm sitting here having to be this thing. I don't want to do this thing where it's a thing because none of this is real. So anybody, pull a joke, please.
Right. I don't understand why when we're not in a meeting, Star Child is choosing to single JJ specifically, and I'm pretty sure that a vast majority of the 22 people here do not want to sit here and listen to this banter back and forth. It seems pointless, it's unproductive, and it's not really achieving
I
anything.
agree. I wish the question had just been answered, but I'll you know, leave it at that. But Bryce, the reason that I think it is worthwhile to get people on the record for stuff is to know where they stand. You know, Jonathan is sometimes used as an official parliamentarian. You know, I think it's reasonable to ask and understand if people, you know, because a lot of times people give legalistic answers, and there's too much of that. It's like, you know, we just say what we mean and mean what we say. I think there's value in that.
You know, I'm gonna actually point to Rich Leach, Tennessee. Can you tell us a joke or something? Because I see your thumbs up and down. So let's change the subject. Unless you don't want to unmute.
You can't put me on the spot and try to get a joke on me that fast. I'm having, I think the joke is right here in front of us right now. So I can't think of anything funnier that I could come up with. But if I think of something, I'll give you one.
Well, your joke was the thumbs up and down. So how are you doing tonight, Rich? Are you doing good?
I'm doing great. I'm here with my wife and waiting for this executive session to end. I hadn't listened to an LNC meeting in a while because the list got messed up, or at least my emails about the list got messed up in there for a while. I used to just follow it on the Google group, and I don't know, something happened. I couldn't follow all that stuff anymore. So I happened to
Just
find
you,
out there was
Rich.
one tonight.
I think it wasn't just you. I think they somehow unsubscribed people from it. I got unsubscribed for a while and with no notice whatsoever.
Yeah.
Well, regardless, I listened in tonight and I'm still here, I think, to find out what came out of this executive session, but I doubt I'm going to find out what happened out of it anyway. So I'm getting ready to go to bed, but
Yeah,
I'm
probably not.
as I can.
Well, I hope you and your wife are having a really good night, and I'm sure that she's enjoying this just as much as you. So
Absolutely. This is her favorite thing to do.
yay. Oh, I bet. You know, that's why my husband is in like a totally different room doing other stuff, because he just gets really, really super fucking, you know, like annoyed the fact that I'm on this stuff. So
I've got another
yay.
question for folks. The other committees besides bylaws, anybody know what the state is of transparency on participation on those committees?
I do not. I think they've filled the committees, but this is, yeah, I really, really don't. I mean, I think that you'd have to ask the people on the actual LNC.
Well, there was a move to fill a vacancy tonight.
Yeah,
and so
I gotta be honest, I don't recall how there was a, yeah, so
they reappointed Andrew
there was
Watkins.
something there, but
no, there was another.
They appointed Melissa Wong to affiliate support.
Right.
right.
Yes.
That was the only one that they did tonight.
Yeah.
Except for Watkins, which it's like
Well,
if you require people to be at meetings, then, you know, it seems like it shouldn't be a toothless requirement. Otherwise, why even have it as a requirement at all if you're just going to reappoint them continually anyway? But anyway.
Richard Brown has his hand up again. And you know what? I'm just going to say this thing here. Questions about like what the official stuff that they did during the meeting tonight, nobody here is going to be able to answer that question because nobody here is part of the official thing. And I wasn't paying attention enough to tell you that. So
well, I wasn't
don't
asking
wanna
that
do
question.
that.
I was asking if anybody knew about the status of transparency on any of the other LNC
Right.
subcommittees or
Okay, so
on the bylaws established
Richard has
committee
his hands up.
platform or anything.
Richard.
Thank you.
And I've forgotten what it is I wanted to ask because so many other things have been said in the last 2 minutes. But I think I was going to say yes. They appointed the woman, I forget her name, to I think the whatever committee, affiliate support or whatever.
Melissa affiliate support. Yeah.
And they reappointed
Andrew Watkins,
Watkins to the committee that he had fallen off of because of absences. And what a point I think I was going to make is that now if this was California, and if Watkins had been something that someone who Mr. Malagon did not like, there's not a chance in hell he would have been reappointed to that committee.
I don't know. In my experience,
I am
usually
going
people are
to,
reappointed, but I mean, I don't like the thing of automatically kicking people off committees like that for missing anyway. I think, but if you're going to have it, then be consistent about it, right?
all I'm going to say is that I'm going to just ignore everything that Richard Brown just said about anything about California, because I have no opinion on that whatsoever. And yeah, there you go.
Yeah, but the person the person who did get kicked off because of absences is back on the executive committee now. So, as an officer, no less, I believe. So,
Which,
But,
well, we can talk about that later.
things
Because
work
I
out.
don't know which person
Yeah.
you're talking about.
in response to Chuck, I was also going to say, Chuck, that, or I think it was you, that maybe it's somebody else, it might have been Rich, raised the point about committees having a right to deliberation. Nobody's stopping anybody from deliberating by being there or weighing in as a member of the public. People can still deliberate. They can exchange emails, they can exchange phone calls, whatever. They can think about things on their own. I don't think transparency and participation of the larger party is interfering with that. And I think, again, it's the kind of thing we want more of in government. I think we should be consistent and show the public that we're practicing the same thing within our own organization. That's why they can trust us to put us in positions of public office with real power, because they can see that we're already doing what we say we want for government in our own organization. I think that's super powerful.
Jonathan has his hand. I'm sorry, JJ. And by the way, JJ, I know you like to be called JJ, but you have Jonathan Jacobs on your thing. When I
know,
look at
because
it,
I'm required to sign in.
up.
I'm required to sign in. So
I know, but
that was actually
just,
going.
You've gotten mad at me for saying Jonathan before. So
yeah, I
just
prefer.
know that when
I
look
actually
at it,
prefer JJ. So that's
right. I
yeah.
try to be really cognizant of that, but
Yeah.
I look at it and I see a hand and I see Jonathan. and
Okay.
it's like,
Well, that's
oh
okay.
my gosh, no, I want to say JJ.
That's
So,
okay.
JJ.
That's okay. That's okay. But no, I was going to say, first of all, I'm not certain that a member of the public can register for the LNC list. They're open to the public, but I'm not certain if a person can register for it. I know I am not registered for it, so I don't get the emails when they come in. I go on the list and take a look.
Oh, I can answer that. Yes, you can.
Oh, okay.
You can go on. Yeah, you can absolutely do that. So if you go to the Google group, you can subscribe, and all of the emails go to your email, your personal email box. You can do that.
Okay.
You can't reply to them. You can't
Yeah.
say anything, but you can absolutely do that.
Yeah, I know that you can. I know that you can read it, but I generally will just read the
No.
list.
Yeah, no, you can actually have it sent to your own email box.
And I know
that's an absolute sure.
Yeah, and I know that for the actual Zoom meetings, you do have to register.
Yes.
Yes.
And you
They
can't pop into
they do that now because of the porn and all that.
Yeah.
Which, by the way, when somebody said something about, well, actually, Star Child, about not allowing comments and things like that, I think that got kind of convoluted, because having the chat opened does not open up the fact of being able to have porn.
Yeah, I was wondering about that.
That is, that's
Okay.
if they let you share your screen. That's the only way that happens.
Yeah.
And that's really easy to not do. You have it that nobody except for the host can share their screen. So
Yeah, I think it was George Phillies.
Sorry, my cat is being really loud. But yeah, so that was like really weird, because that was not true. But chat can be, if you as long as you have people that have to register first, at least you know who the people are. But that doesn't give them, no matter what, that doesn't give them the opportunity to share their porn. And absolutely. You know, during the JC meetings, there was like some really nasty
Oh,
porn
yes,
stuff going
yes,
on. It was
yes.
icky. It was truly icky.
Yes.
And we've had that, like, you know, with California stuff. Like, you know, I'm going back a while now. When I was chair, we had some really icky porn, yucky stuff, like suddenly bombarding our meeting, and that's gross. But
Yeah,
you can fix that pretty easily.
Yeah, I've heard of it happening like for online doctoral presentations where people would just break in and do it for it's a problem. It's not something that's limited to the Libertarian Party.
Right.
Oh no, it's all over the place.
Yeah,
and
and
it can get really, really icky.
Yeah, it is. I mean, I don't, I don't enjoy it. So that's, it's not something, I mean, it's not something that I would encourage to do, at least in a public forum. But I know that that is a problem. I don't know why the chat was removed. I think for Zoom meetings, they still do have the chat, or not for Zoom, but for YouTube meetings, they still do have the chat.
YouTube
Yeah, well, except for they don't actually stream the YouTube anymore. So it used to be that you had the Zoom meeting and you had the YouTube. And the YouTube had the chat and the Zoom meeting did or didn't, whatever.
Yeah, Austin Martin
Now they're
was,
not actually streaming it.
Austin
So
Martin was raising the point in email that they should be live streaming, and I don't think that was addressed.
I agree. And Chuck, you've got your hand up, and Jonathan and Star Child and I have been monopolizing. So Chuck?
Yeah, just real briefly, I mean, it's true that the porn bombers generally will share their screens, but even if they don't have the ability to share their screens, they can put it on their webcams, and then people could see it, if they could show their webcam. So that's a problem too. But register in advance, and the ability to kick people out so they can't like come right back in, because they have to register again, kind of mitigates that problem. The chat is kind of a separate issue. I think it's weird that they got rid of the chat. The chat wasn't really a problem to begin with. They basically said it was distracting because people would be talking in the chat and the LNC members would be trying to follow the chat. One alternative option though, and by the way, it'd be great if they streamed it. They streamed it for a while on YouTube. Don't seem to stream it anymore. But one option right now is some people in this meeting right now are streaming it themselves, which is explicitly allowed through the bylaws. So I'm watching this on YouTube at LP Alliance right now. And so they're doing commentary and they have their own chat on YouTube. So I can chat with people on YouTube while I watch the meeting.
Link, Chuck?
I can email you a link. Sure.
You can just
Okay.
Google LP Alliance.
Are they streaming our conversation right now or just the meeting before?
So they think we're not interesting enough, I guess. They're just chatting amongst themselves. But when the meeting comes back, they will start streaming that. But people are still chatting there. During the meeting, they stream it, and when they are in executive session, they do their own thing.
Yeah, I think I never liked the idea of forcing people to register either, but I think that's preferable to taking away the chat. It did say an hour in advance, and I actually registered less than an hour in advance, and I was still let in, which is good. I don't think there should be any time requirement, but if having people register eliminates the porn bombing, then maybe that's a worthwhile sacrifice. But I see no reason to have the chat off, and I don't think this is like a minor point. None of this stuff about transparency and stuff is minor. It's the kind of stuff that I notice habitually the people in positions of power seem to think, oh, well, this is an afterthought. Oh, did we remember public comment? They don't see it. There's a tendency anyway. It's not every single person, but there's a tendency to not see this stuff as important, and I feel that is so mistaken and really like undermining our our purpose as a libertarian party in terms of achieving a free society, when we're not empowering individuals and we're allowing organizations to be run in a secretive top-down manner within our own movement. I just
Oh,
it's crazy. I think
I totally agree with you. I think that the fact that we don't have the chat is completely ridiculous. But the reason why I interrupted is because Richard Brown has his hand up again.
Yeah, and thank you, Mimi. I was going to make 2 points. First off, the LNC used to live stream everything on YouTube. Even I mean the meeting may have been on Zoom, but they were also live streamed on YouTube. Everything was the in-person meetings, the electronic meetings. They have gotten away from that. They've had all kinds of excuses as to why they can't do it. I think most of it is excuses, but I don't know. There may be some technical reasons, but also I personally find the chat can be extremely distracting. And I think that probably is why they have disabled it, because the actual members are torn between wanting to listen to what's going on in the meeting and read the chat, and it's hard to do both. You can't concentrate on the meeting thoroughly if you're also trying to read the chat. And I probably wanted to say something else, but
well, I'm gonna, it's interesting you say that, because yeah, it can be distracting, but the people that are in the meeting, that are the actual members of the LNC, they cannot look at the chat. It doesn't have to be distracting for them because they can just ignore it. They're in their meeting. It shouldn't have anything to do with what other people are doing with chat.
Yeah, but I think
I've never understood that, because it goes way back to when the previous chair was chair, where it was like, oh my gosh, people are being horrible in the chat. Well, don't look at the chat. If you're on the LNC, if you're one of those members,
There's so many
don't
things.
look at it.
Want an abortion, don't have one. If you don't like porn, don't watch it. It's a libertarian.
Well, but porn is different when it suddenly goes into the meeting.
No, I mean just
even
more. I wasn't
that's,
talking about just in the
kind of
meeting. I
fucked
was
up.
talking about in general, like in society. Like if you
Right.
don't want to look at something, don't look.
Yeah, if you don't like it, don't watch it. But
y'all let me finish this point.
Okay.
I can't not look at the chat. It pops up on my screen. Not the whole thing, not a whole paragraph, but every time somebody types something in chat, part of it pops up on my screen. I can't avoid it. It's
there's a way to avoid it, because I turn it off.
You can close the chat window.
Yeah, Richard, you can close that. You don't have to see
then
that.
I don't know how to do that.
Richard, you have a phone, and I believe you use a phone for these things. Is that correct?
Lately, I have been, yes.
That might make the difference. I'm
That
not
could
certain.
be, yeah. Okay, that could be it, yeah.
Yeah.
So
Okay, so Jonathan.
Okay.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
No, I was going to say, I wanted to make just 2 points. First of all, there's a difference between transparency and participation.
Yes.
And while I tend to be a little bit more strongly in favor of transparency, participation is not necessarily the same thing.
That's true.
And the second thing is that they do post these meetings on YouTube after. So you can go back there and you can go through the meetings and you can catch it. You can catch all the nuances, and you can use the transcript function and everything like that. And I
know. Yeah, okay. Yeah, and actually, Jonathan, now that I'm sorry, JJ, damn it. I look at your name, it says it.
Don't
JJ,
worry
you're
about it.
exactly.
Yeah.
Okay. But yeah, so that was one of the things that was happening, is that they were having problems with the Zoom meetings, and California had this problem in the past as well, where if you want to try to do it straight to YouTube, there's a bunch of things you have to do, and so we weren't able to do that. So for a while we were doing it to Facebook, but I know that the previous secretary was having problems with it, which is exactly why it got posted after the fact, because she couldn't actually post it until the meeting was done. She downloaded it and then she posted it to YouTube. So I don't think that it's something that is being done just, to be icky. It's because there's issues. So
There could be a technical problem there with doing.
yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
I mean, there's issues technically, which is why it wasn't being done, because it used to be able to be done. And in California, it used to be able to be done. And then suddenly it couldn't. And so then what we did was we did it on Facebook instead, because that made it easier, because it let us do it with Zoom. And then we download it and put it on YouTube. But there's like technical issues that happen. So, look, everything's coming back. Yay. I'm so happy, because I'm so sick of running this thing. Because, yeah. Yay. I love you guys.
I'm really glad to see
I'm
you
so
all.
glad.
We made it
And
back.
take back my administrative things, and yay.
Mimi, when I suggested you that one time, I didn't know that was going to mean it was you in perpetuity. I apologize.
This meeting is being recorded.
Well,
you've
I've
been
done it
voluntold.
before, but it's like it's just so funny. So yes, take it back.
So glad
Alright.
you're all still with us.
Before you
Thank
start,
you for
Chair,
hanging on.
can I just address one thing?
Sure. Go ahead, Mr. Scott.
I just want to thank you guys all. I know it's taken a long time to get here. Thank you for giving me the chance to be able to do the executive session, and I want to thank you for sacrificing your time. That's
Thank
all.
you for coming.
Mr. Bowler?
I'd like to move to adjourn.
Objection.
Objection.
Is there a second on adjournment? Motion dies for lack of second.
Too late. I guess you can move it again, though. It's
Can you please
pre-calculated.
just proceed with this and the remaining motions on the agenda? This is specifically what, was indicated would not be done.
We currently have two more motions in regards to New Mexico, and then the censure motions. If there's no further
Here,
motions,
New Mexico. Let's not leave New Mexico out in the cold, guys. Are we really going to adjourn without taking care of New Mexico after all that discussion? Let's get real.
Further need to handle
do our
the
job.
all right, let's
very
get
time
without
critical.
any privileged motions being made. We'll move on to the orders of the day. Mr. McMahon, could you enlighten us on the next motion?
The motion on the floor, who will end up making it? Because it's not going to be Mr.
Oh, that's right. Could you have that language, and then I'll ask.
Let me do. Give me 1 second. So it is this first part here: to direct the chair to create a cease and desist letter to then be sent to parties potentially infringing on trademarks belonging to LNC Inc., particularly relating to the website lpnm.us.
Mr. Boss, do you have your hands raised?
I would like to move to direct the chair to create a cease and desist letter to then be sent to parties potentially infringing on trademarks belonging to LNC Inc., particularly relating to the website lpnm.us.
Is there a second? All right, we have a motion and a second. Is there any discussion on this item? Mr. McMahon.
I just want to, for the people watching at home, reiterate that this is just a letter, cease and desist, going to this group. That's all. I just wanted to make it very clear that that is all this is a cease and desist being sent to them.
Any further discussion? Hearing none, we'll move on to a vote. Whenever you're ready, Mr. Secretary. Oh, Mr. Martin, do you have your hand raised?
Just one thing for the peanut gallery. We're not going to tolerate political identity theft. I'm really happy that we're looking at this matter. Thank you.
Give me just 1 second, Mr. Chair. I was not ready with this ballot. It'll take me just a second. Okay, and that was Mr. Boss that made it.
Correct, and it was seconded by Mr. Martin.
Make sure I have the right one here. Mr. Bost, yes. Mr. Bowler,
Yes.
Mr. Bost,
Yes.
Mr. Chatterton,
Yes.
Mr. Dar,
Yes.
Mr. Dassing,
Yes.
Mr. Ford,
Yes.
Miss Halsey, Miss Hayes. Sorry.
Yes.
I don't know why I keep trying to skip you. Mr. Neville,
Yes.
Mr. Martin,
Yes.
Mr. McGee, Mr. McGee,
They got him.
Mr. Johnson, I will vote yes. Mr. Hirsch,
Yes.
Mr. Redpath,
Yes.
Mr. Thompson,
This is Coward. Keith, add a step away. Yes.
Mr. Watkins, Mr. Watkins,
He and McGee are the same internet, I guess.
Mr. Nicola.
I will. Is there anyone else left to vote?
I'll circle back to Mr. McGee and Mr. Watkins.
I'm gonna pass.
Okay. Mr.
I think
McGee.
Mr. Watkins had a drop, I believe.
Okay. Mr. McGee. Mr. Johnson. No. Mr. Watkins. Mr. Nicola.
I will vote yes.
The vote is 14 yes, 0 no's, 0 abstentions.
Motion passes. All right, if you wouldn't mind, Mr. Secretary, pulling up the other motion.
Yes, if you'll give me 1 second. Where'd it go? So this is the second motion to authorize payment of reasonable expenses incurred for counsel to provide pro bono legal support for the recognized LP affiliate New Mexico in matters relating to ballot access and name recognition by New Mexico Secretary of State.
The chair is entertaining a motion.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Okay.
We have a motion and a second. Mr. Secretary, I believe you wanted to be recognized.
Can you give me 1 second? Yes, Mr. Chair, I would like to amend the motion to say move to authorize payment of up to $5,000 for reasonable expenses.
Is there a second?
Second.
Is there any discussion on this amendment? Is there any objection to the amendment? Hearing none, amendment passes. It is now part of the main motion. Is there any discussion on the motion as amended? Mr. McMahon.
Also, this needs to be stated for the folks at home that this is specifically about an issue in how the Secretary of State reported the candidate on the ballot line and then used that erroneously to revoke the ballot access of the recognized affiliate. So this is taking legal action against the Secretary of State for that. That's all I have to say.
All right. Is there any further discussion on this motion?
You guys,
Seeing none, we'll move to a ballot.
hold on. I guess I was sharing the wrong or not on the right screen. So the main motion is move to authorize payment of up to $5,000 for reasonable expenses incurred for counsel to provide pro bono legal support for the recognized LP affiliate in New Mexico in matters relating to ballot access and name recognition by New Mexico Secretary of State. Mr. Bowler. Oops.
Yes.
Mr. Bost.
Yes.
Mr. Chatterton.
Yes.
Mr. Dar.
Yes.
Mr. Dassing.
Yes.
Mr. Ford.
Yes.
Ms. Hayes.
Yes.
Mr. Nebel.
Yes.
Mr. Martin.
Yes.
Mr. McGee. Mr. Johnson. You're not here. I will vote yes. Mr. Hirsch.
Yes.
Mr. Redpath.
Yes.
Mr. Thompson.
Coward again, yes.
Mr. Watkins. Mr. Chairman.
I will vote yes.
Mr. Chair, the vote is 14 yes, 0 no, and 0 abstentions.
Motion passes.
Okay.
All right. I'll now be handing the gavel off to my vice chair for the remainder of the meeting.
Move to adjourn.
I object.
Second.
Second.
This is a shameful attempt to abdicate responsibility by this body who's been trying to claim, this is
Point of order,
ridiculous.
this is not a debatable motion.
This is objection. This is ridiculous. I cannot believe that this group is going to
This is not debatable.
and
Please.
try to
This is not
wave this off the end of the agenda.
Come to
Believe
order.
it's
Take a
a
stand,
violation
have a
of
backbone,
fiduciary duty.
and vote on this.
A
and put
point
your
of order.
hands
Please
on it, you
come to
cowards.
order.
Could I have a point of order, please?
If it's a point of order, yes, Mr. Ford.
Yes, that's what it is. I guess I'm asking for parliamentary advice. It's late. People are exhausted. A lot of us have been up all day. At the same token, to indefinitely postpone this to the next meeting. We have a saying where I come from. It's called pull the tooth. I think we need to pull the tooth on this and move through this. So what options do we have to continue this and any upcoming special meetings in the very immediate future?
Point
I
of
would
personal
accept to
privilege.
consider to adjourn to something tomorrow night, but I will take as hostile anything else other than that.
Just a point of information. Who made the motion to adjourn?
Bill Redpath.
There are many other options to adjourn to other times or to call a separate meeting. Right now, the other items would then go to the next monthly meeting, is my understanding. The motion on the table is for adjournment.
Point of information, would they go to the top of the schedule? I mean, agenda, excuse me.
Can't wait a month. This is ridiculous.
Point of personal privilege.
They would go under unfinished business.
Thank you.
Point of personal privilege, Mr. Chair.
Yes, Mr. Martin.
Thank you for recognizing me. Accusations have been made of a very important and serious nature. I think that it's really important that people answer. If you feel like I've said something wrong, it's very unfair to use this process to hold.
I believe this is debate and not
allow me a chance or the body a chance to know.
Come to order. That is not a personal privilege.
Yeah, it is. People are making accusations. We should hear this matter. Okay.
This is a debate.
I'll relent. You guys can silence us again. But
For the
there will-
record, I want to hear the censure motions.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you.
Do I still have the floor?
Say again.
Do I still have the floor at all?
You did not have the floor, but if you wish to be recognized for another point of an inquiry, that would be appropriate.
I wish to be recognized.
Yes, Mr. Ford.
So it's a plea, so please don't interpret it as debate. Folks, I agree with our chair. This stuff needs to be heard. I would beg people, since we have a motion already on the floor, I would beg people to turn it down and
This is
instead.
debate.
Okay, I apologize.
That does fall
You-
to debate. I'm sorry.
No, you get my point. Thank you.
Are you ready, Mr. Secretary?
No.
Okay.
Just give me 1 second. I'm sorry.
After all that time,
Would you like me to play a song while we wait?
please no.
While we wait, I'd like to apologize for my premature motion to adjourn earlier, and I'm glad that my colleagues didn't second that at that time.
Thank you, Mr. Buller. I appreciate that.
I was typing out all of the other things.
Mr. Vice Chair.
Yes, Mr. Weir.
We never got to hear that opossum resolution we came up with a few months ago.
Right. And they're found in Oahu now, so it's a thing. And there's all these LPHI people here. It's a public health concern. Everybody's all worked up about it.
I did
one
see
can
a
wait a
possum
month,
in my
but-
backyard last night and chased it off with a broom.
That one can wait a month, but it is a pressing matter.
I second.
There's
The
also a
notion that it's
resolution
pressing.
to end resolutions, which may or may not have been properly noticed and neglected from the agenda, and we may want to give that some serious consideration. I don't know if I'm in favor of it, but it would at least be fun.
I'm almost ready. Just give me 1 more minute.
I am staring at you intently.
would it
It
help if I
was-
said point of order?
Mr. Redpath that made the motion.
Yes.
Welcome to LNC Showdown.
Did
Oh my
you
God,
know
you
you can
guys
say
should
point
have
of
let me
order
talk
and
about
turn a non-debatable
opossum.
motion into debate?
Humor is just how we deal with things. We have to cope somehow with being up here with each other.
Okay, I think I do believe I am ready. This is motion to adjourn. Mr. Bullard,
Yes.
Mr. Bost,
No.
Mr. Chatterton,
No.
Mr. Dar,
Pass.
Mr. Dassing,
No.
Mr. Ford,
No.
Miss Hayes,
Yeah, I'm tired.
Mr. Neville,
Yes.
Mr. Martin.
No.
I will vote no. Mr. Hirsch,
No.
Mr. Redpath,
Yes.
Miss Cowhart.
Yes.
Was that?
Well, that was Mr.
That was
Thompson.
Keith.
That was
back.
cry for
Oh, he's
help.
back. Okay, sorry.
That was a cry for help.
Mr. Thompson,
Miss Cower, you have a cold.
I believed it.
I
So,
believed it too.
I've been practicing my falsetto.
Mr. Thompson. Is that a
Also,
yes?
yes.
Okay. Is Mr. Watkins back? No. Okay, Mr. Nikela.
I vote no.
Mr. Dar, you passed.
I passed, and it appears my vote won't change the outcome here, will it? So I shall abstain.
The vote, Mr. Vice Chair, is 5 yes, 8 no, and 1 abstention.
This a majority
Right.
vote?
We will go to the next item of business then. We are not adjourned. Mr. Nikela.
Okay. I move the following resolution. Whereas LNC Policy Manual Statute 1.07.4 B1 and 2 prohibits LNC members from 1. disparaging the LNC or the party, and 2. engaging in ad hominem or otherwise indecorous attacks against fellow board members in any official or public communication. Whereas Mr. Martin made public posts on the social media platform X stating this is straight up fraud with the Special Investigatory Committee report adopted by the LNC, and posted a comparison of the LNC's actions to deep state tactics in direct violation of these provisions. Whereas Mr. Martin has since sent written communications to the full board alleging collusion, fraud, deception, and morally wrong conduct by LNC members, further violating Statute 1.07.4b and breaching his fiduciary duty of loyalty under the DC Nonprofit Corporation Act. Whereas Mr. Martin was given a written directive by the chair to remove the offending posts, submit any supporting evidence internally, and refrain from further public commentary pending review, and has refused to comply. Whereas the April 28th, 2025 Strategists Inc. operational review explicitly identified public disparagement, board infighting, and lack of professional restraint as damaging to morale, fundraising, and organizational stability, and recommended restraint to create a cohesive brand that is not marred by sniping of opinions and forms outside the boardroom. Resolved that the Libertarian National Committee hereby censures Mr. Martin for conduct in violation of the LNC Policy Manual, breach of fiduciary duty, and refusal to comply with the chair's directive. Resolved that this censure serves as a formal and public expression of the board's disapproval of Mr. Martin's conduct, and that further similar conduct may result in the initiation of an investigative committee to consider additional disciplinary action. Is there a second?
Well, guys, is there? Come on.
I'll second it just so we can go.
Oh, I thought that's going to make it faster.
Yeah, I will second
I'm
it,
so
yes.
confused. Like I
You
don't
should have
understand.
abstained from this one. Whoops. That's okay.
Okay.
All right, the motion has been made and seconded. We will now move to
I'm
debate.
voting no on it.
All right, Mr. Chatterton, you are recognized.
Thank you. I will keep my comments brief. I think most of us here are already aware of my standing on this matter. I believe that these actions that are cited in the censure motion are being taken out of context and trying to present these actions unfairly, as I believe many of them were conducted under the whistleblower provisions of our policy manual. And I think furthermore that several of these items have been the result of exhaustion of other remedies on the matter and suppression of past debate, refusal to let us hear, consideration of things, and refusal to answer concerns raised by numerous people, and that things that have been raised in previous discussions have been strawmanned and avoided to be answered. And Mr. Martin declared under that whistleblower policy and has raised items relative to that. I think he's used considerations to avoid unnecessarily damaging the party, but at some point when wrongdoing is happening, there needs to be attention brought to that matter. And I'll leave it at that.
All right, thank you, Mr. Chatterton. I have Mr. Martin Boulder, then Nikela.
Thanks. Aloha, guys. It's a real honor to be here today. And let me start by saying this is straight up fraud. Yep. I believe that. I stand by my remarks 100%. I believe that deep state tactics are absolutely being employed to hamper the Libertarian Party at nearly every level in an interstate network. But you can call me paranoid and crazy. I've seen enough credible evidence to be able to call out something that's wrong. Right now, my saying I think wrongdoing is happening is being charged as the crime, as if it's worse than the actual wrongdoing, which is fairly obvious at this point, or it should be, if we're paying attention. The fact is not about whether or not I'm defending Angela or whether or not I'm talking about whether I agree with the SIC report or even some of the conclusions there. That is sand in your eyes. What this is about covering up misconduct. There are more things happening here than Angela, more things than factionalism. I believe we're being taken advantage of by people who need to answer this board for what they're doing. Those answers, I began on a quest to get them in June. And I began by asking about whether or not there was an attorney-client relationship between our general counsel and our former chair of a personal nature. I have evidence that there is. As a result, his denial really surprised me and alarmed me. I asked him whether or not he had consulted with other lawyers, and he said he had not, about the Vest case and about the SIC. And it turns out that he and our chair absolutely have. They've been consulting with Nick Sawark, of all people, who's not licensed to practice law in DC, but is assumed to be part of the Vest case. He's not, shouldn't be. This is an extreme breach of confidentiality. As we all know, he's the one who breached most of this stuff. Well, my ability to speak on this has been limited. In order to go to the JC, I need to be able to gather signatures and talk intelligently about what's happening. I am almost there, guys. You're still only seeing the tip of the iceberg. And their attempt right now is to retaliate against me for telling the truth, the unpopular truth that defies the convenient political narrative that has gotten so much traction and momentum over the last year. It turns out that I genuinely, being up here in my position, seeing this, I think we're being hustled. I've seen it before. I've dealt with it in my state party, and we are dealing with it here. Operation Gladio and COINTEL, those are real historical programs where the government really sent people to go meddle with our parties, to compromise our people. They have field operational manuals on how to bring down an organization, and every last tactic in the book is being applied here. Some of those tactics are very hard to identify. You're usually with plausible deniability. It's through a pattern. You know them by their fruits. So I try not to jump to conclusions. I did not accuse any specific individual of committing a crime called fraud. I said that I believe the statement in the SIC that it is free of conflicts is a manifest absurdity which is refuted by the document itself. And to draw conclusions which are contradicted by the evidence is misrepresentation of facts. And if you happen to benefit a whole lot from that, that might rise to the criminal level. I don't know, I'm not a lawyer, but I see some problems with this. And as soon as I start asking about it, boom, here we are. And I asked for Hall's contract, and I have a right to do so. But no one has it, not the EPCC, not our staff. They have been asking for it. This is a 5-alarm fire. We are being fed flawed legal strategies and led in a very bad direction. I don't want to go too terribly far on this. I would just want it to be clear. I believe this is true, and I stand by it. And if you're going to censure me for saying I think this is misconduct, I am proud to wear that censure, and I accept it with an open arms. Thank you for the honor. I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Mr. Bowler.
Thank you. A lot of people here, members that I've talked to, understand where I'm coming from on this particular issue. But for those who don't have that benefit, in short, I think that these things are premature. I think that this motion to censure, the previous meeting in August 24th or so, we adopted a motion to censure a different individual. It was 3 paragraphs long, and it was after what, 2.5 months after a investigatory committee report had already come out, laying out all the details, actual due diligence. And we think that going and voting on these things and considering these things without any proper due diligence is a wise decision. Mr. Martin, Mr. Chatterton did say the previous time, hey, what's the rush? Why are you rushing this? Why do we have to vote on this right now? We need more time. And that is essentially what my position is now. And so I know that I voted not that way during the last one, and I had my reasons, but in this one, I actually agree with the logic that Mr. Martin and Chatterton did, because the thing is, yes, we can adopt a motion to censure, but we can also be adopting something that is libelous. And I don't think that there, no matter what I try to think of with this, I don't see a net positive coming out of it at all. And in the short term, maybe some people get the warm and fuzzies if they're on the winning side of these motions to censure. But I think in the long term, this is going to do more harm. And I understand that people are going to disagree with me on that. But that is where I'm coming from. And so I'm going to move to postpone indefinitely.
All right, Mr. Bowler, you have moved to postpone indefinitely.
Second.
That has been seconded by Mr. Redpath.
Give me a moment.
Yeah.
I have a template set up.
Point of parliamentary inquiry. Is this motion debatable?
No.
Thank goodness.
Yes, a motion.
I have just been.
It's debatable.
Say again, Mr. Brown?
A motion to postpone indefinitely is debatable.
I wish to speak against in that case when appropriate.
Okay. And I
You
see
can do that
Mr.
now while I'm doing the ballot.
Okay. Mr. Nikela, were you wishing to speak to the postponement, or was that for later?
That's for the main motion.
Main motion. Mr. Chatterton.
This body has already attempted to take action unilaterally through the chair, indicating assertions about Mr. Martin's actions. Those were quickly reversed upon, being pointed out, and we disagree over the basis of that reversal. But this was quickly, Mr. Chair is trying to act on Mr. Martin's actions and restrict access and refuse to provide answers from counsel or to authorize answers from counsel on the basis of the way that Mr. Martin has acted. If we're going to have consideration of those actions, this body needs to take a stand and have some backbone to put your names behind this and make a clear statement of that. If you think Mr. Martin's actions have been inappropriate, then vote to censure him. These things are not like the motions that were considered at the previous meeting where we need more time. Those actions were specifically about the ongoing legal actions that we were conducting as a board that we had open legal questions that directly related to that were being suppressed that we were raising these concerns about. If you believe that these are not the same thing as the arguments that we provided last week to provide more time. This is about actions that have already happened in full view of this entire board over email, and everyone here knows specifically the factual basis of whether or not this is a legitimate censure attempt or not. You have all seen every bit of evidence with your own eyes right before you as to whether or not this question should go through. So any attempt to further delay this is absolutely absurd. And as we are continuing to have actions taken in retaliation against Mr. Martin and myself, I demand that this body has the backbone to either sign off or disavow those retaliatory actions by considering this censure motion tonight and holding a vote on it. The same thing with my upcoming motion to censure Mr. Nikela.
I agree with my colleague, Mr. Chatterton.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair.
All right. Thank you much, Mr. Chatterton. Mr. Martin.
Yeah, if it's up to me, I'd rather not have this hanging over my head like a sword of Damocles. I mean, if you guys are going to do it, you should. If you really feel like me saying this is straight up fraud with respect to a document that contains a self-evident contradiction, I mean, I don't know, like, that it is what it is. I'll just be proud of that because it's a really sad state of affairs when all the things going on in this party and everything that's how you feel. But I want it on the record, and I'd like to have it out now. I appreciate your intent, Mr. Bowler. By the way, thank you. I do realize that you're excellent. I just want to appreciate you for that. And yeah, let's just deal with this. I think it's worth dealing with. I'm sorry it's so late. I didn't have any control over.
Can we, guys? Can we vote then? Let's just vote on the
Can we
main motion.
please move?
Point of information, what time is left on this?
15 seconds. Evan, are we ready for a vote? I don't see anyone further recognized on this. You are muted, Mr. Secretary.
Move to postpone indefinitely motion to censure Mr. Martin, made by Mr. Bowler. Mr. Bowler.
Yes.
Mr. Bost. Mr. Bost.
Abstain.
Mr. Chatterton.
No.
Mr. Dar.
I'll pass.
Mr. Dassing.
I'll abstain.
Mr. Ford.
I'll pass.
Ms. Hayes.
I'm sorry, this is the postponement motion?
Correct.
Yes.
No, I'll vote no. Let's go, let's get it done.
Mr. Neville.
Yes.
Mr. Martin.
No.
I will vote no. Mr. Hirsch.
No.
Mr. Secretary, can I change my vote?
Who was that?
Mr. Bost.
Yes.
Change my vote to no.
Mr. Redpath.
Yes.
Mr. Thompson.
No.
Mr. Nikela.
I vote no.
Mr. Dar.
I abstain.
Mr. Ford.
No.
Mr. Chair, the vote is 3 yes, 9 no, and 2 abstentions.
All right, the motion to postpone does not pass. We are back to the motion at hand. We are out of time. I do see the chair's hand raised, but we are out of time. Unless
I think I don't seek to be recognized.
okay. Moving to the vote.
Classy.
What was that in reference, Mr. Martin? I didn't hear anything from you. I just heard you
said classy.
Okay.
Do I have the right one? Yes, okay. Motion to censure Mr. Martin. Mr. Bowler.
Abstain.
Mr. Bost.
No.
Mr. Chatterton.
No.
Mr. Dar.
I'll pass.
Mr. Dassing.
No.
Mr. Ford.
I'll pass.
Ms. Hayes.
As I stated on my email, I will be voting no on all censure motions. Thank you.
Mr. Neville.
I abstain.
Mr. Martin.
No. Actually, I'll pass for now if that's okay. I might abstain.
We may need to look. I think on the censure motion, I don't think the
I might
person
not be able to
being
vote on
censured can vote.
Yeah.
Can you check on that for me?
Point
Mr. Mr. McGee and Mr. Johnson not here. I'm going to pass. Mr. Hirsch,
No.
Mr. Redpath,
I'll vote yes.
Mr. Thompson,
Abstain.
Mr. Nikela,
I vote yes.
Mr. Dar. Do you want me to come back to you after all the other?
Yes, since I'm chairing right now, can we come back to me
Yeah.
at the
Mr. Ford,
I'll abstain.
Mr. Can somebody check on, did anybody check the policy manual for me?
I'm in progress too. I'm nearly to the relevant section.
I'm pretty sure the subjects can't vote, but we should.
I think it would
Check
depend
out
on
check.
whether or
Yes,
not
if he wishes.
The subject of the motion to censure can vote on its own censure.
I think it's specifically stated in our policy manual though, Mr. Brown.
I think it would depend on if it's a disciplinary censure or expressing an opinion.
This is a censure by motion under the policy manual. I'm reading it right now.
Mr. Chairman, may I interrupt?
Then your policy manual would control.
Correct.
May I interrupt?
I don't think we need people to be recognized. I think we just need a member of the board to read what's in the policy manual.
Reading through it, I don't see a mention of excluding for censure by motion.
Okay. It may just be disciplinary action.
I'm gonna reread it again in its entirety. I'll pipe in if I find to the contrary.
For now, I will pass and allow others to vote.
I have thoughts on this, but I'm going to abstain. No, I'm going to vote no.
Upon rereading, I see no exclusion of the person subject to the censure by motion. So I
Okay.
believe Mr. Martin may vote.
Mr. Martin, would you like to vote?
I've thought about it and I've decided that I will abstain.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Mr. Dar,
I will abstain.
Mr. Vice Chair, the vote total is 2 yes, 6 no, and 6 abstentions.
The motion fails.
I move to adjourn.
Could I amend the motion to adjourn to be to the call that we have scheduled, and we'll just make it a meeting there? Would that be amenable to everyone since it's so late?
What call is that?
Call with our council.
That's not a special meeting.
Not an official meeting.
Not a special
No.
meeting. You would need notice for it. It's not
You're
time
right.
enough.
I would just ask Mr. Nikela if he would like the same courtesy extended to him.
We
that
could
we just
recess.
extended
Yeah,
to
it's up
hear the motion.
It's up to you, Mr. Stephen. I'll withdraw this suggestion if you and vote down against adjournment if you prefer. But if you are tired and would prefer to face this on another day, we could recess to a different time and location. Don't think we would necessarily need notice to do that, would we?
I'd like to dispense with it now if we could.
Yes, sir.
All right, I will withdraw my motion.
Pledge to keep my debate short.
I did not hear a second anyway, so we'll move on to the next item of business.
Give me 1 second. I will bring up the motion. It cuts off a little bit, Mr. Chatterton.
Just so you know, as you can tell by my early morning tweets, the time I get up, I'm going to make sure to give some of you all a wake up call when I get up in the morning too.
So Mr. Chatterton, I won't have the entirety up on the screen because it is very long and cuts off, but I will scroll a couple of times.
Thank you. Am I recognized to speak to my motion?
I think you need to make it and then it be seconded.
Yes, you need to make the motion, second it, and then you can speak to your motion, Mr. Chatterton.
I move as presented to the LNC via email, in the last amendment of that. This one includes the 2 provisions about the complaints that were added in the later amendment. Is that correct?
I did include I copied the second email that you sent.
Perfect. Thank you.
Put that in the OneNote and in the vote tracker.
So is there a second?
I
already?
second. I second.
And am I recognized to speak on it?
You are now recognized to speak on it, Mr. Chatterton.
Thank you. I'll keep it brief. I had intended coming into the meeting to amend to include reference to the considerations about the removal of the email access. I'll leave that off in respect for the lateness. However, to speak to what is here provided, I believe there has been an extensive pattern of actions outside of authorities by the chair to suppress investigation into specific whistleblower concerns for which myself and Mr. Martin have both declared invocation of our whistleblower policy in that and raised specific questions to the board, specifically a series of questions related to numerous open concerns about our legal strategy and the approach we've taken with regard to the SIC, its investigation, and the legal strategy being engaged on an ongoing basis with pending litigation and several matters. Those questions that have been raised were very specifically applicable to ongoing actions of the board. They were raised before our meeting on August 24th that raised specific issues and potential fatal flaws with our legal strategy around the actions that were to happen in that meeting, and hence the objections that I raised in that meeting. And then afterwards, bringing those further to the body via email. Those questions were initially began to be answered and then were shut off as soon as the topics got sensitive. And in particular, I raised concerns that are documented in a article on Third Party Watch in which an email sent by the chair to Mr. Sarwark that included specific and damaging details, in my opinion, of legal strategy that was disclosed, as has been brought up, to an individual who is not a part of that lawsuit, and then immediately was leaked with that individual having no obligation to confidentiality of that information. I had raised the concern that that was at least a negligent act by our chair to communicate that information over email. And I attempted to raise inquiries to our counsel to that effect. And specifically, when those questions started being raised about the misconduct of the chair, potential misconduct or negligence, I was cut off from access to our counsel. This specifically cites the attempt to introduce a policy manual provision that would have limited access to counsel to the chair and executive director that did not pass. And I believe the chair has attempted to exercise that policy in absence of that. There's also additional documentation available that is referenced here about failure to fulfill obligations under our policies for previous complaints against the chair or against other members of the board that the chair did not address correctly according to our policy and is, I believe, in violation of policies in that regard. I'll let the remainder provisions of the motion speak for themselves, and I will end my statements with that. If I can add one more thing is I asked the board to make a clear statement. I believe that the actions described in this censure represent a clear pattern of obstruction of a whistleblower investigation, and that this body should take a clear stance as to whether or not those actions have been appropriate by the chair or otherwise.
Thank you, Mr. Chatterton. Mr. Bowler.
I move to, no, I'm just kidding. I'm not going to move to postpone. I'd like to thank Mr. Martin when he said that he understood where I was coming from. We're never going to all agree on things. And I respect that this body wants to go ahead and prosecute these all the way through. And I will be abstaining because I cannot, for the love of me, engage in this, what I consider self-destructive behavior of the board. I think accountability is important. I don't think we should be enabling wrongdoing in any measure. But I think that people are not seeing the forest for the trees. And I'll stop there.
Thank you, Mr. Bowler. Mr. Nikela.
Thank you. A motion has been introduced to censure me on grounds ranging from withholding information to fiduciary duty violations. I want to address these directly and for the record. On access to counsel, the motion alleges I denied members access to our general counsel. This is false. I directed Mr. Martin and Mr. Chatterton to bring their questions through proper channels, namely motions, meetings, and executive session. That is how this body conducts legal business, not through endless email interrogatories. To ensure their questions are answered, I have scheduled a call with Mr. Hall for Wednesday, September 10th, open to any board member who wishes to attend. This is the proper way of going about legal matters, structured in a way that protects privilege and ensures the entire body can participate. On disclosure of legal strategy, the charge that I disclosed sensitive information improperly is unsubstantiated. I have not shared privileged strategy with unauthorized parties. Counsel himself has confirmed he was comfortable with my communications and that they did not expose the party to risk. To level that accusation without evidence is reckless. On fiduciary duty, the motion recites our duty to obedience, care, and good faith, then inverts them. My duty of care is to protect this party from liability. My duty of loyalty is to safeguard its resources. My duty of good faith is to act openly and responsibly. That is what I did by protecting decorum, safeguarding the dignity of staff, and creating a proper form for questions. To suggest that discipline and order are violations of fiduciary duty is to misunderstand what those duties actually require and put the whole role of chair on trial. On professionalism, the resolution claims my conduct is unbecoming of a professional organization. What is truly unbecoming is personal vendettas masquerading as fiduciary duty. Claiming to be a whistleblower or compelled by duty does not excuse indecorous behavior, enable public grandstanding for sympathy, and avoiding proper process. The truth is that this motion is not about legal process or fiduciary duty. It is retaliation, a tit-for-tat censure designed to score cheap political points. The record shows that I acted transparently, scheduled counsel availability, and provided a venue for questions to be answered on the record. That is the role of a chair. I will not be distracted from the work our members expect: fundraising, ballot access, candidate support, and growth. I urge the body to reject this censure, to reject factional theatrics, and to return to the real business of building the Libertarian Party. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Nikela. Next up, Mr. Martin.
Thank you, Mr. Nikela. I want to start by articulating how challenging this is for me, because I actually like Mr. Nikela quite a lot, Mr. Chair. I think he's a pretty cool guy, and having gotten the chance to meet him, I tried really hard to work with him positively for months, and I felt like I was not really getting the full truth when I got what I got from him. And that's been a frustration for me, but it's not a personal one. It's not one in which I'm angry at him personally. I understand there's pressures. This is not about petty politics. This is about extremely serious violations of the policy and extremely serious violations of our ethics that I believe may conceal a lot more. I'm really concerned about what I'm seeing. And frankly, Mr. Chair, I just heard Mr. Nikela essentially argue that Third Party Watch was lying about his communications with Stalwark. At least that's how I understand it, because how can you say you didn't have a contact with an unauthorized party when it's on the public record that you did? I would be more inclined to vote against the censure if Mr. Nikela were apologizing for these things and saying, look, guys, I made a mistake. I tried to forgive this guy for cutting my email access. He sent me a warning and a threat because I asked for Oliver Hall's contract. Within an hour of that warning, which was in a very quick reply to my demand for Mr. Hall's contract, which nobody has, he sends me a threat that he's going to cut off my email access, basically if I say anything else, counsel. I didn't say anything else. I took the threat seriously and made no other action, and within an hour, my email was shut off anyway. That is a member right. There are open email ballots. This is not a question. This is a basic member access issue, and it's one that I want to highlight as an example of this retaliatory pattern that is totally unaccountable.
The thread that developed was in a reasonable space of time, and it was conversation that developed, not just a hounding session of repeating the same questions. There is a very logical progression and development of that conversation, which did not just start a week ago. It started in June 9th, as I articulated earlier, when I saw Mr. Hall contradicting himself. And as I've asked about these questions, it's gotten worse and worse and worse. And with Mr. Nikela actively protecting him and preventing me from exercising my duties by force. And I just want to remind this committee, this guy enabled me, and I forgive you for this, my friend. I still like you despite this, but you enabled me to get thrown out of a meeting unilaterally by Mr. Malagon and Mr. Chatterton. I think he had the floor at the time. So we're talking about some behaviors that are of an extreme seriousness that I think this board needs to address. Otherwise, this kind of misconduct and abuse of authority will go unanswered, and we can't let that happen. That leads us down a very dark road. But we can put the brakes on now and say, hey, we're not going to just let you do whatever you want, Mr. Chair. You got to follow the rules. You didn't get the policy you wanted to bottleneck council on your sole authority, and you've used it anyway against me. And to a lesser extent against Mr. Chatterton as well. I agree with what he's written. I believe it's very factual. It's all black and white. Your denials are troubling not because there's no question. There's no question that you did do those things. That's your writing. So again, if you'd apologized, man, I might have a different stake, totally different take on this. The fact that you just tried to insult our intelligence, I yield.
Thank you, Mr. Martin. Ms. Hayes.
Call the question. I'm tired.
I object.
No, are you kidding me?
I want to respond.
Okay. I call the question after Mr. Kalen responds. Can I do that?
You haven't been seconded and will probably be at time at that point anyways.
Oh, okay. Never mind. Ignore me.
Mr. Redpath.
I want to hear from Mr. Nikela, and then let's vote.
Well, a couple different things. Number one is I did not allow Mr. Malagon to boot out Mr. Chatterton and Mr. Martin. He did that unilaterally. I don't agree with that. That's just something I want to say for the record. I do want to say that there is a clear pattern of behavior from Mr. Martin where he throws out accusations and he uses terms like whistleblowing or fiduciary duty to justify his actions. I have stated very many times the proper way to bring about these issues. In the whistleblower complaints from Mr. Martin, he did not want a remedy in these issues. He just wanted to explain what he believes are issues. That does not give carte blanche to anybody to abuse counsel, to essentially, I would call it abuse, quite frankly, and that's how I viewed it, is being abusive towards our attorney, somebody that we pay to represent us. I found it inappropriate. I was not hiding anything. I'm more than happy to talk about the meeting that I had with the Beth Vest attorneys and Mr. Sarwark on Wednesday. I don't deny that that occurred. I disagree with Mr. Sarwark's interpretation of what happened, and Mr. Dar and others were there with me, our attorneys were there with me, that we can explain everything on Wednesday. But I see a very clear pattern of behavior from some of my colleagues where I mean, the things that were said towards Mr. Hall and towards others, and accusations that we even saw tonight, and assigning malintent, these are all things that I think are very unbecoming. And I just ask my colleagues to please try to recognize when behavior affects the board and the party. And all I ask for is decorum. I ask for proper process. All your questions, Mr. Martin and Mr. Chatterton, will be answered as we discussed. You may not like the format that it's going to be answered in, but it will be answered. I'm not withholding counsel. That was never my intention. And I want to thank Mr. Bowler for attempting to mediate a few nights ago what occurred. I do believe that I was acting within my role as chair in an administrative capacity and trying to restore decorum in between meetings. Mr. Martin's members' rights were not violated, in my opinion. He may disagree, others may disagree with the action or the intent, but that's where I stand. And I do not agree with Mr. Martin's framing of the situation. And quite the contrary, I think the way that his concerns have been handled have been extremely unprofessional and abusive.
My remedy was answers. I
All right,
asked for
enough of
answers.
that. Cut it
I
out.
asked for answers.
Enough.
I
Call
asked
the
for
previous question.
Will everyone please come to order?
Yes.
Let's just come to order. Question, previous question. We're at a time that it should come to a vote anyways. So we will move on to the vote.
You're on mute.
Motion to censure Chair Nikayla made by Mr. Chatterton. Mr. Bowler,
Abstain.
Mr. Bost,
Pass.
Mr. Chatterton,
Yes.
Mr. Pass, Mr. Vice Chair,
Yes, pass.
Mr. Dassing,
Abstain.
Mr. Ford,
Sorry, abstain.
Ms. Hayes,
No.
Mr. Neville,
No.
Mr. Martin,
Yes.
I vote no. Mr. Hirsch,
No.
Mr. Redpath,
Absolutely not.
Mr. Thompson,
No.
Mr. Nikayla,
I will abstain.
Mr. Bost,
I will abstain.
Mr. Dar,
It doesn't appear my vote will matter, so I will abstain.
the vote is 2 yes, 6 no, and 6 abstentions.
The motion fails once again.
Move to adjourn.
Motion to adjourn.
Okay to violate member rights
Second.
with this board. It's not okay to say stop.
Shut up,
Just
dude. Come
adjourn.
on.
Just shut up.
The motion's
Trying
at
to shut me up for years,
Can we
guys.
just adjourn,
Oh,
Better
guys?
yeah.
people than you. Good
Get out
Lord.
your violin.
Don't worry. The state of
Mr.
Hawaii, I
Redpath.
love it if you guys manage to shut me up.
children.
Mr. Chair, please call
Let's
these
please
members
come to order. Thank you. Actually, at this point, I'm handing it over back to Stephen. Dan.
All right. Well, we're going to do a motion to, I'm assuming there's no announcements.
Only
God,
announcement
Stephen,
I
please,
have is
God.
All right, there's a motion to adjourn. It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
All right. Is there any objection to adjourning? Hearing none, we are adjourned. The time is 12:26 a.m. I will say that technically I noticed an XCOM meeting for September 7th, 2025. It is now September 8th, 2025, so I believe that notice no longer applies. I will confer with the XCOM if we want to reconvene at a different time or handle that business via an email ballot. And I'll say one last thing, Mr. Martin, I look forward to working with you on Project Overwatch, and I hope we can make it a success.
Likewise. I hope I can keep my email while I do it. Have a nice day.
I heard
Only
Project
announcement.
Overreach, corruption.
Later today, I will have a members meeting that I do monthly with members to talk to. So anyone that is not aware that I do that once a month, where members can ask me anything and I can share stuff about the LNC or just general information. If you can find it on Facebook, or if you go to my blog, paul.dar.org, just to reach out to members that want to talk with a member of the LNC more.
Mr. Chair, I would prefer you call another executive session meeting, or not executive session, excuse me, executive committee meeting. It should not be done via email. It's something.
Sure. Okay.
Yeah, it needs to have a discussion and then an actual action by the executive committee.
That's fair.
But if you do it on a day that I don't want, I'll be very upset.
How do you feel about Wednesday at 8:30?
we have council at 7:30.
7.
The recording has
7.
stopped.
Do you think that do you really believe that we will be done by 8:30?
You know, it's a good point. I'll email the XCOM and we'll rendezvous. We'll figure out a time to rendezvous sometime, maybe on the weekend. Maybe we'll do Sunday at 7:30. It shouldn't take very long. I say that. And I've already cursed myself. I see Mr. Boston, Mr. Scott, you have your hands raised. So if you'd like to, Mr. Boston, then Mr. Scott.
I hope that this is light. Way back on September the 7th, we did say that those two last items were not real business, but we made it through.
We survived. That was like 6 years ago. Mr. Scott and then Mr. Ford.
Yeah, I'll try to be brief. I'm sorry. So about council, should I even ask about that right at this moment?
Send an email to I would CC your region reps and Paul and I, and we'll get you in contact and we'll figure out our next steps.
Okay, yeah, because like,
Feel
do
free
I need
to
to be
reach out to
involved
me
in
for
that
anything,
meeting on
and
Wednesday? That's what I was kind of getting at.
That doesn't have anything to do with you.
Okay, so
yeah,
but I mean, like maybe I could schedule it before your guys' meeting.
I can help you with anything you need with that, and work with the rest of the board leadership,
Okay.
and we can talk further tomorrow and figure out exactly what you're looking for, and figure out how to get that for you.
Okay. And I'm glad you guys were able to get through the whole thing, and thank you guys for sticking around, and way to go. Good job, you guys.
Mr. Ford.
Everybody get their damn hotel rooms.
I do believe I have mine, Mr. Ford.
You do, Mr. Nicola, do you have a hotel room yet?
Not yet. I'm
Bad
slacking.
Stephen. Bad Stephen. Bad Stephen. Who else?
I'll rent you the couch in my suite for like $2,000.
Tempting.
I reserved it from Wednesday to Tuesday, so hopefully that is sufficient.
Excellent. And by the way, quick question, when is ballot access committee? Did I miss that? Did I forget that? Has that been put together yet?
Did we ever reform the ballot access committee?
I
I don't think
don't
so. I think they still have to do a final report.
I'm still
That
waiting
would
on the
be-
final report. I've been asking
It
them.
would be out of compliance to do a new ballot access committee if we haven't received the reports from last term.
Well, if I can make a suggestion, and he's actually in the audience right now, so he can't complain about being voluntold. But had a couple of conversations with the gentleman from Arkansas, Mr. Hacko. I think he would be given the success of his volunteer recruitment to do it. I would highly recommend his participation.
Either Dustin Manna or the Bill Redpath would have to get that report submitted to the LNC pretty quickly for us to do a new committee.
Oh,
okay.
If Mr. Paco's on the line, I had Mr. Redpath had forwarded a question about one of the previous motions. If he had a chance to take a look at that, and might see that to respond, be on the email, but would be much appreciated.
Mr. Weir, I'm willing to commit to be on the thing. I think we should bring that forward.
Dude, that is
Yay.
awesome
Nice.
to hear. Thank you
Oh,
very much.
And
Let's
and just
connect tomorrow.
just so the
No.
committee's
We're not going to connect tomorrow. It is 12:32.
Tomorrow's Tuesday, sir.
Oh, that I have convention oversight committee meeting.
I'll text you.
Let's do that.
I got somebody I want to introduce to both of you that I think would be very helpful for some of the candidate support stuff.
That's not what I was talking about.
Oh, never mind. I thought it was.
Regional training stuff.
That's what I meant.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. Yeah. In
Cool
regards
beans.
to that.
Okay.
Mr. Ford.
Nope, all set.
All right, y'all. It is 12:30. I gotta drop my kid off at school in the morning. I'm gonna sign off. Hope y'all have a good night. Or good morning.
Bye.